Good morning, everyone.
How are you today, Kim?
I'm great. I'm ready to start reading off where people are from.
She is ready to go. All right, how are you doing today, Roberto?
Super awesome. Ready to go again.
Super awesome.
Went to bed at 9 p.m.
Nice.
10 hours of sleep.
Really? You are ready, aren't you?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, well, what we're going to do is go around the room and introduce our in-studio audience. And we're going to start with you, David. If you guys could just tell the people at home, we actually are always asking people to come to the in-studio audience to experience Creative Live firsthand. And we get less videos than we think we should, I think. Right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Kind of put that weird, but we'd like to get more of you to be part of the Creative Live experience.
Then we would hope.
We would hope. Thank you. So I'd like to ask you folks, what would you tell the people at home that are kind of on the fence about submitting videos? We have so many courses coming up, and we really want you guys to participate in the studio audience. So why don't you introduce yourself and tell the folks at home what you would say to them to encourage them to be part of the Creative Live experience.
Okay. My name is David Apeji. Twitter handle is Pixyst. That's Pixyst. And website is pixyst.com. I'm a photographer based in Phoenix, Arizona. And I have been following Creative Live for quite a while, attending a lot of the online courses, and they have been fantastic. But coming here has been a revelation. When you consider that to get this kind of training, to attend a workshop, it costs you a pretty good amount of money if you had to come and if you had to pay for it. And now you're getting a small focused group of just 6 people in this case, and you're getting that for free. It is just absolutely amazing. I mean, when Roberto on the first day said that we would learn so much in just 3 days and that our skill level would receive such a boost, he wasn't kidding. I mean, it's turbocharged everything. It's blown my mind. So if you do have a chance to make a video, it is well worth it.
My name is Mallory DeMott, and it's Mallory Renee Photography. My Twitter handle, though, is Mallory R Photo. Website is malloryreneephotography.blogspot.com. I totally agree with everything that David said, and to go along with that, you don't have to come up with some, super fancy, awesome, like creative or funny video. Like, it's easier than you think to get here. I did it almost last minute, and I was able to come, and you should just at least try to come because, you get the off-camera conversations, personal questions asked. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that is so beneficial and supplements the actual course. So, yep.
Good morning. My name is Juliana Goldberg. My Twitter handle is Juliana Goldberg, and JulianaGoldberg. It was quite challenging at first to make a video, especially because I had no idea how to edit or anything, but it's so worth it. Like the amount of learning that we've been doing here, it's fantastic, it's amazing. And Creative Live only chooses the best photographers. It's been such an amazing experience. You get to meet the crew. Everybody here is so welcoming and fantastic. And learning with hands-on, it's a whole new ball game. So you should try. You get here and you love it.
Hi, I'm Nikki Klosser. My website is nixiephotography.com. It's Nixy, and Twitter handle is also Nixie Photography, and I agree with what everyone said so far. It is so worth it, and you also get to grow your network of friends and photographers and just people in the business in general, so it's so worth it. If you're on the fence wondering if you should send it in, do it.
Hi, my name is Pepe Abarca. Website www.pepesphotos.com, Twitter handle Pepe's Photos, and like everybody said, this is a great experience. It's not the same. I watched a few workshops on Creative Live online at home, and it's not the same because when you're at home, you got other things going on. You might be multitasking, or you might need to run and feed the kids or whatever. Here, it's you're hands-on. You can't go anywhere, basically, which is good. And you interact with other people and with the instructor, and you can, you know, if you have a question, you can ask it right away, and it's a whole different ball game. So I strongly recommend submitting your videos. As you can tell, I'm not a great public speaker. I'm not great in camera, as you can already tell anyways. But just being here, it's a life-changing experience, you know, learning from great instructors like Roberto and all the other great instructors that have created live. Strongly recommend it. So don't be shy, submit a video. It could be like crappy looking video like mine, doesn't matter. You know, it's just put your heart into it and you'll be good.
G'day guys, I'm Fran Vega. My Twitter's at Aussies, it's AUZZIE. Just do it, seriously. I did it on the iPhone. It took literally a minute and then I pressed send. So you don't lose anything and you gain so much more, so give it a shot.
Thank you guys, and that's right. Thank you all, and the internet is loving you all as well. WV Glitter says, I love that guy when Pepe was talking. Awesome.
So, Roberto, so I just want to tell all you guys at home and you as well that I don't do this. I don't practice. I think my camera sits in my camera bag way too much. And I'm so inspired by this workshop. I literally am going to watch one segment of this workshop once a week and practice the things that you've told me. I really want the solutions that he's got. I want to have these things in my bag and be able to look at any situation and know what to do and have 5 options. I really want to be a better photographer, and this, I think, is really going to help me. So I'm so thankful for you to remind me that this is what I actually need to do right now. So thank you so much. Cool. And if you guys feel the same way at home, if you really want to be better photographers and have the solutions and have all the tricks in your bag that Roberto has, I highly recommend that you purchase this course, and now is really the time to do it. You guys have only a few hours to purchase this course at a great discounted price, so just buy the course.
Thank you guys, and this was not my idea. They put me on the spot. I haven't played in 7 years. It's payback. This is Aaron giving me payback for moving them around so much with the cameras. So I saw this guitar in the studio and I was just like, oh, that's kind of cool. What's it doing there? He's like, that's for you. I was like, oh, heck no. It is so not for me. Thankfully, it was a steel string guitar, so I cannot play steel string because it breaks the nails and stuff like that. That sounds really feminine, but I have nails to play the guitar. And then he came back with a nylon string guitar. So I haven't played in 7 years, so I will try to play. I'm not even warmed up or anything, and I'm like sweating here. So, now I'm in the spot. It's like, why? Stop watching. All right, let me see. Oh my goodness, and we are way out. you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go and drink some wine and let's have some beers. But right now, I can't take this any. Just kidding. Thank you, guys. Good morning, everybody. Good morning for day 3. Good morning, you guys, Susan and Kenna. And good morning, everybody. How's it going? Everybody good today? Yes. First, I want to say that when I went home last night, I was just about as happy as a human being as I could possibly be. More than that, I was happy to see what just happened yesterday. I don't know if you obviously realized because you did it yourselves, and we did it together. And the transformation that I saw yesterday from day 1 was just mind-blowing, phenomenal. I especially went home last night. Not home because I don't live in Seattle, but to my home, which is my hotel room. And I took a look at the photos you submitted for the first day. And then I saw the photos you guys took yesterday. And granted, those photos that you submitted were photos that you needed help with. Still, you still took them at a job. And now the photos that you took yesterday, it's leaps and bounds. And I just feel like we're starting to believe that it's really not about talent. Somebody put on Twitter today, Roberto, I'm so happy to see how untalented you are. I was just like, awesome. I love that. It's an honor. Because now people realize when they're sitting at home, when they give up and they say, I'm not talented, I might as well just give up now. Like, I'm not as talented as this photographer or that photographer, so why don't I just give up now? Now you know that that's really not true. In 48 hours, or really only 12 hours of instruction, I feel like we have taken miles of knowledge of photography. I don't think from today on, you could not possibly see your environment the same way. No way. And from now on, when you take a photo and you know you could do it better, you will not give up. You will continue to push. Which brings me to one thing that I wanted to discuss today. Today, at some point, actually, we're going to be going through the training process of how to best train your brain on how to learn something and actually keep it in your head. Okay? We're not just going to talk about how to do random things. We're going to do it in a very strategic way. So when you finish that little practice session we're going to do, you're going to go, and it will be very difficult for you to forget it. It would actually be difficult. You will have to try to forget it. And you will not be able to. Okay? There are certain ways to hit the brain that if you hit them all in the same way, if you hit all the right chords, your brain just goes to long-term memory. Okay? And we're going to go through that. Another thing we want to go through is we're going to be doing some practice sessions today, later on. And we do have models, but we're also going to do practice sessions without models. We're just going to be using some bananas and stuff. Okay, we're going to be using some fruits. So everybody out there who says, I live in Kentucky, I don't have models, or not Kentucky, there's nothing wrong with Kentucky, by the way. I live in the middle of nowhere, I don't have any people around me, no problem, we'll take care of you too. Right? Let me go over something really cool. I want to go back. Today we're going to be talking about the execution. We spoke about locations first, and we broke them all down, right? We talked about posing yesterday, and we broke that down. And right now I'm going to start asking you what we talked about so to recall it, right? That's the whole memory thing we're going to do. And then today, we're going to use those two things we talked about, and we're going to put them in the framework of execution. If you do not know how to execute everything you know, you're going to have a hard time putting it all together. This is like the glue of all the stuff we talked about, okay? Without the glue, this could disappear. So it's very important that we glue it all now, and it's like in cement, okay? Let me show you once again what we did. Let me see, let's go here, let's go here. Let's go to student reviews. Let's go here. Do we see the perspective? Now granted, these are photos that you submitted that you needed help with, right? But they're still photos we took, or that you guys took at a job. I don't think you could even possibly take this kind of stuff at a job, even if you tried now. You know what I mean? Because when you see that super bright red, green, and blue, you're gonna be like, oh heck no, we're going somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot happening here that I think now everybody in the audience and everybody watching online can definitely break it down, decipher, just be able to totally say, this is what's wrong with it, right? And by you doing that, it's the first step for your improvement. If you don't even know what's wrong, that's why this download for Creative Life is great, because I'm drilling people on how to be able to be your own detectives of your own photographs, because you need to know what's going on, right? Yesterday we did something where we tried to take a photo where it looks very photojournalistic, but we tried to kind of pose a photojournalistic and then it wasn't working. So what did we do? We had the bride move, we created movement into the photo, right? And that made that movement happen, and that brought the photojournalistic aspect. Remember we were taking all of that? Let's take a look at, at the lighting now. And the background. What do you guys see? What do you see, Juliana? What do you see now? If you were looking at this photo with all the knowledge you learned in Creative Life now, what would be what you would say to someone?
Backgrounds, there's a lot of different patterns going on. The color is similar, but one is a way more bright than the other.
Where is the gift of the location here?
The gift?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
Because there's like 700,000 gifts in this location.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Are they the brightest?
Definitely, they're very bright.
Right, they're very bright, and the
Yeah.
background is very bright, and it's competing with them.
Yeah.
If you were to open up this photo in Photoshop and you were to blur it with Gaussian blur, you would have a hard time deciding what's the important part of this photo. It would almost be like everything's important or everything is not important. It's one of the two. Do you see the arms and stuff? You see the arms just hanging down and everything now? What else do you see, Pepe? Just go. What else do you see in this photograph that's not working for it?
Just the eyes, just the whole look straight to the camera kind of thing is I don't see no feeling there, and just the way they're standing, very slouched. The young lady is kind of.
She's slouched and to the side.
Yeah.
Best of all, is the photo finessed? Is it finessed?
No.
It's not. It's put together, but it's not finessed into a nice little package, right? Remember we talked about the whole language deal? This is like just words. We need to convert them into like a poem, right? The photo needs to sing to you. It needs to have poetry in it, right? How about this, guys? Give it a shot, Mallory. Give it a shot. You know a lot more now.
Yeah, the invisible plane, definitely.
Good invisible plane.
Yeah.
We have 21 little items we call the lucky sevens, right? Mm-hmm. That's what people in the internets have been calling them. In the internets. Anyway. What do you see now?
She's slouched. Her neck is gone. They are the brightest, they're the biggest, they are in focus, so those three things were good.
Let me make a very strong point real quick. I've only been a photographer for about 7 years, something like that. Not even that much. I want to share a quick little story. I asked, I can't say who because if they're watching they'll find out. I asked someone to go over my work, my very first shots I ever took when I was trying to be a photographer, and when I was just like enjoying it, I'm still enjoying it, I'm saying, back in the day. And the guy came up to me and said, you really have no aptitude for this. You need to keep your day job. Just don't even try. And I was just like, what are the positives that you can give me? He's like, the positives for you to keep your day job. The positives that you have a day job that you can go to. And I was just like, oh man, just keep bringing it, baby. Because you're fueling a fire that's never gonna come out. You know what I mean? Granted, I was the world's worst photographer when I started out. I mean, I was worse than the worst I've ever seen. You know? And I tell you, and I tell everyone out there watching, not only was I really bad and you just hearing me say it, I am willing to prove it to you. I'm gonna show you one of my first weddings. I'm gonna show you what I did that I thought was good. And worst of all, embarrassingly enough, these are the photos that I gave to my bride and groom as their photos, the ones that I picked out for them. They're not the ones I put in the trash. No. I was proud. I thought this was great. And I gave it to them. And I hope this serves as an inspiration for everyone out there, that it's got nothing to do with nothing else other than you deciding I'm going to be a photographer and I'm going to do it seriously. I'm going to take this seriously. I'm not just going to wish to be good, I'm going to make it happen. Okay? I'm not going to have excuses, I'm going to have solutions. Okay? If I don't have the time, I will make the time. Because if you really want to stop complaining about not paying your bills or having a hard time, or you're having a hard time switching between your regular job and you want to make the switch to a photography career, I strongly believe if you have photos like what we're going to show today later on, people will hire you all the time. You will not have a problem. You don't have to ask photographers, how much do you charge, because I'm trying to figure out how to price my work. Your work will speak for itself and you can charge whatever the heck you want. And people will be willing to pay for it because, like what I said on the first day, you will make the difference between people needing to have you and just wanting to have you. Needing to have you is a powerful feeling. Wanting to have you is like you want a Tootsie Roll. You want gum. You want McDonald's. But if you don't want it, if you don't have it, you can just be okay with it. When you need something, you have to have it. You need air. You need food. I need Pepe's photography for my wedding. See what I mean? I need Nikki to photograph my wedding. It's a whole different mindset. Those two decisions are in two very different parts of the brain, okay? One is in the old part of the brain, which I'll explain later, and the other one is kind of in the new part of the brain. The new part of the brain is the one that thinks you want something. The old part of your brain says, I need to have it or I'm gonna die. I need to have it. So everyone in the world watching this, please enjoy my first weddings.
Yay!
Enjoy. I know I do not care that I'm showing this work to everybody because I'm actually proud to show it to you because I'm proud of my progress that came from hard work. I repeat, hard work. Not shortcuts. Not Photoshop filters. Not the latest software. Hard work. Right? That was me when I took these photos. So that was a while ago, 6, 7 years, I don't know how long it was. I was holding my rangefinder because I was reading it religiously. It was like the greatest thing ever. And it still is. It was fun. But that's when I decided to make it happen. I really didn't know anything about photography back when that picture was taken. It was really funny. You know? Let's take a look at my first photos.
Good symmetry.
Yeah, we got that going. We got that going. Would you take a look at this? I don't even know what the heck is going on here. Why are they looking at each other when they're in their personal space? Isn't that awkward? Do you see? Why their noses are pointing towards each other? There is no X factor of the nose. Remember that? I see 90 degrees in pretty much every joint. There is things happening. Look at that. What is that? What is that? What is this? What's going on here? Why is this brighter than they are? But guess what, people? It was a gazebo. It's like the fountain. You have a gazebo, you gotta use it. It's like the kiss, hug, kiss. Everybody, let's just kiss, 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 because I cannot come up with anything better. You know what I mean? I remember me going, can you guys look at each other and smile? Oh, dear Lord, what a disaster. That's the close-up of their expression, so you can get a really good look at how cheesy this is. This is like the ultimate in blue cheese. It's like the most pungent cheese I can think of right now. That's what that is. That's like aged 25 years. Does that make sense? Very classy. Very classy, people. I'm using foreground, middle ground, background. I'm using depth. I'm really going out right now. When I took that, I was just like, I got this. I got the flowers. I was like, I got this. I'm totally creative. With my flash on. With my flash on, right? And I told them to just kind of move around and stuff. And they were like, move around? Like how? Just like, I don't just move around. This is like dance or something. This is why I said to you guys, be specific in your directions. Remember that? I was just like, move around. Yeah, just do whatever you feel like you're feeling at that moment. I'm feeling like you are really dumb. That's probably what they were thinking, right? And why did I look dumb? Because I was holding the flowers with my camera going, I'm putting depth in my photos. Remember, for all of you watching on the internet and all of you watching right now, these are the photos that I actually gave to my clients, okay? That's the key. Man, I love seeing that. It's a good time.
Roberto, the internet is just loving this and
Yeah.
is thanking you for being
Showing.
so genuine and honest.
You gotta do it.
We relate to you.
Yeah,
So, thank you.
you're welcome. No, it's great. I think everyone out there probably relates with this a little bit in one way or the other, right? I was trying to incorporate like the fountain.
So Roberto, Rick Z in the lounge would like to know how much the clients paid for these photos. You don't have to answer that. I just thought that was funny.
I'll tell you what thing,
You don't have to answer that.
not much, and I deserve that. You know what I mean? They paid, not much in comparison. I had a little strategy that if I charged enough for people not to doubt my skill level, I would be able to book more weddings. But people nickel and dimed me, and because I was desperate for trying to get some weddings, whatever price I put out, I didn't have a good strategy and a good framework for sticking to my guns, because my clients just were going for me because of price. It wasn't for artistic expression or because they were seeing their wedding through my photography or anything like that. It was just who's the cheapest or who's like someone that we can sort of afford and who's kind of fun personality-wise. So they would just hire me because of that. My prices were not that cheap, but they were not expensive at all, affordable to pretty much anyone with a regular job. But this is the kind of work that I would give them, and I was pretty proud of it. I wasn't too proud of it soon after, and that's when my decision to make something about it began. You know what I mean? It was like, this is not happening. Because when I went to see my favorite photographers work, and I'm not just talking about wedding photographers, I'm talking about all kinds of photographers out there. I saw my work, and I wanted to get a bucket to throw up my breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at once. Because there was serious issues happening, and I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to be like, I don't have this camera gear, I only have this little one, I have the plastic lens, I don't have the L series lens. I mean, it's like, that got me nowhere. These excuses just got me nowhere. So it's just, you want to do it or not? What the heck is that window doing there? Why did I put that in my frame? Let's get This is where I try to get another angle. It looks like she's about to like, if ice could kill, that's it, right? See, she's holding the flowers that I was holding on the other shot. See how her collarbones are facing me? See how this is all in the, she's not even the biggest, the brightest, or she's not even in focus. What is the 3 things I talked about? Subject emphasis. Are you the brightest? Are you the biggest? Or are you the one that's in focus, right? I have neither of the 3 here. Not just 2 or 1, none of them. Okay? Take a look. What is going on with this? Like just right there. Huh? Not bad. Look at that creepy hand. That's like creepy hand at its best, people. You don't even see their face. Neither of their faces. But you see the veil. And this cactus. This whole like crazy bright thing is just right over their head with all kinds of little branches sticking out. God, talk about finessing the hand, right? I mean, that's like right there. I'm gonna claw you. I'm gonna claw you. Maybe I was trying to show the engagement ring or something. Maybe that was my idea of showing the engagement ring. I don't know what it was. I don't even know what this arm is doing hanging like a monkey. I mean, the guy is seriously just like this. How much effort does it take to put the arm like that? It takes a lot of effort. And if there's effort, get rid of it. Because if there's effort, the pose is not going to work. This, that's a lot of effort, people. Like, that's difficult. You have to do things that look flawless. That's why we soften the hands and so forth.
Sorry, his face is
I love how even Ken and Susan are laughing. That's fantastic.
It's easy for us to sit here and laugh, but
it's funny.
We've all done it. We've all been here.
You know what? I mean,
facial
I'm standing here now, but look where I was.
Well,
in just like 6 or 7 years, really.
Susan was just saying, I need to go back and look at my first wedding photos. And yeah, exactly.
First of all, there's a random bench kind of like about to slide out of the frame. The groom is falling off. He's not exactly happy with me right now. Okay? That's not, I'm really happy I hired you, Roberto. Face. Okay? And the best part about this is the really great tree hat he's got going on. He's growing a tree all over the place. So when I asked you to show me your photos that you needed help with, I'm doing it for you now. Same thing, okay? I'm not just going to put my best foot forward for you and for everyone. I'm going to show the truth, okay? Because that's how we do things. That's how we roll here, right? This is just about the worst groom pose I have ever seen. But the best part is look at that exquisite composition here.
I love his face.
Right? Look at that invisible focal plane going in and just kind of totally it's like putting his face as far away from the focal plane as possible. Right? The tilt of the camera is just totally not working. The tree's coming out of his head. He looks about as freaking angry as possible. Right? All these white stuff, I didn't even fix it. It's just horrendous. And I gave it to him. This is me working really hard on being creative with my poses. It's just awfully speechless for me. How cheesy is that? Is that like 25 aged cheddar cheese, or is that about 50 years aged? I would say it's about, what's stronger than blue cheese? Kenna, what's a stronger cheese than blue cheese?
I'm not sure, but there's a lot of stinky cheeses out there.
You know what? I saw an episode on Discovery Channel about a cheese that has all the worms inside, and the worms go to the restroom inside the cheese.
Okay, wow.
And then that's what makes it creamy, and then you eat that, and that's the. That's kind of what this is right there. That's that level of punchiness, okay? You see how there's no interaction between them? It's not even believable. Does this look so posed, like a photographer said, hey, wait, I got this. Go up the stairs, and you are like helping her down. Yeah, that would be killer. That would be killer, because I'm not using the fountain, and I'm not having you kiss. I'm totally like going out there right now. My artistic level is just, woo! See what I mean? Okay. How about that, people? How about subject emphasis at its best? Get a load of that, creepy hand. I mean, that's it. I own you. You're not going anywhere. Not with that hand like that. I would love to blur this in Photoshop with Gaussian blur. You wouldn't even be able to find the bride and groom in there. See what I mean? I mean, get a load of the cacti. It's not like this is exactly helping me. Remember I said don't include everything? Unless you just include what you want. Oh God. Oh, carry her, yeah, and then just stare at me like, you're just like, hey, just stare at me. Both of you, please. Look at their expression. Get a load of that thumb. Creepy hand going on. I don't even think they're in focus. I couldn't even get that right. Right? Mallory's having a good time.
It's a right angle even. It's just funny.
He's still not happy with me. She looks pretty okay. She looks like she's still believing. I feel like I need to go back, give him a call, and ask him to do a reshoot. I need to do that. I'm gonna call me like, you probably don't want to talk to me, but let's do a reshoot. I've gotten a little bit better. Just a little bit. Get a load of that? Now that's artistic level at its best. I even busted out my flash and everything.
The dress is like...
That's because I had my wife hold it so it looks like the wind is taking it. Oh, man. Hey, Kim, my wife, Kim, I got this. Let's create this drama. Let's grab the dress and just hold it and just like really take it out. Like the wind is just blowing. She's just blowing with the wind. It will look so cool. I'm gonna turn on my flash. It's gonna look so good. We're gonna get the sunset and everything. You know, we got the sunset, we got the clouds, we got the wind, we got it all. We're set. Winner. Winner.
Can I say something?
Please.
I want to thank you so much for sharing these pictures, because we all, I'm sure everybody out there, we all struggle and we all look at our pictures and we really, you know, we see a little bit of improvements and we think we're there. And I mean, it's nice to see that people like you in such a wonderful level already went through this. And it's very inspiring. So thank you for sharing.
It really is. And Darla K online says, I love that he can laugh with us at himself. Right. So,
How could I not? Look at that.
It's funny how this is almost more inspiring than having you show your best photos that you've ever taken, because everyone can relate to this, and there's tons of people probably watching right now that are still at this place.
I really hope everyone out there is just understanding and feeling not inspired, because I could care less, encouraged.
Encouraged, exactly.
Right? Encouraged to I feel bad whenever I teach conventions and people really come to me and sometimes they start crying and stuff and about them not being able to pay their mortgage or something, or their rent is not gonna get paid because they decided to take the plunge into full-time photography and it's not working out. I was in Argentina recently and in Greece, and I had like 3 people bawling in my shoulder because they were not gonna be able to pay their rent. And the guy gave up his job, he has 2 kids, and I'm like, so what do you do? And it's like, you know, it's a terrible feeling, and I hope this creative life class, I really just hope everybody gets it. Just, if you like photography, you wanna learn, just learn, do it, you know? I feel bad, I really do. My heart was dying because I was just like, I feel bad for you, but at the same time, what have you done about it? Like I'm hugging them, like what have you done? Because crying is not gonna get you better. You have to do something. So
I have one last thing to say.
Yeah.
I just want to say that 2 days ago, perhaps you wouldn't be laughing as hard because you wouldn't be seeing all these mistakes.
2 days ago, what?
We wouldn't be laughing as hard because we wouldn't have seen the mistakes you have made, because we learned so much in the past 2 days that we can see.
I'm showing you this now on the third day for a reason.
Yeah.
I wouldn't show you this on the first day because you wouldn't have nothing to compare it to.
Exactly. We wouldn't understand.
I do this on purpose. The third day comes in, you are 10 years ahead of your time in your photography skills. Now you can look at this and be like, what the heck? And that's why this course is so valuable for people, because they can just do it themselves after this, okay? And not only that, they can see that I wasn't talented ever in photography. This is not talented white balance, Susan.
So good.
I love Susan and Kendra McKenna, by the way. Shout out.
You're awesome.
That is not what I would call talented white balance. And there's definitely a creepy thing coming out in the back of my photograph. That's my silhouettes, people. That's my silhouettes. When I saw this, I was like, oh, fire. Because that's like, look at the arm, 90 degree at its best. Like, what the heck is going on? Look at their noses. Why are they glued together like that? It just looks terrible. Let's go. That was my foreground background, trying to be creative with the depth of field and stuff. Kenna, please.
Yeah, folks are wondering if you could, maybe for a couple of these, tell us what you would do differently. Or maybe even the audience, but.
I mean, I can respond that really easily.
Yeah.
Everything. That's the best way to respond to that. There was not a single thing here that I would do the same. Neither would you by now, I don't think.
The location, redo it, and then do it before and after. It'd be cool.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't even know what. You see how they're looking at the same location, and the same location is just a brick wall?
Or fire.
Do you see why you have to think at the whole frame before you take your photograph? Because we take a look at our bride and groom or our fashion models or our senior portrait or whatever we're photographing, and we don't look at the rest of the scene because we're concentrating on this. And you realize that you just had them look at a brick wall. All to like really sternly look at the brick wall. And that brick wall is as blown out as you can get. That's about the worst possible choice to look at. And their noses are now parallel, looking at the same location, right? There's no crisscrossing of the noses. This is my attempt at reflections. This is my reflection shot. That's a mirror. There you are. What do you think about that? David, you're enjoying the photo?
Yeah.
Yeah? Would you buy this in a canvas? Put it up in your house? Huh? How about the choker? Let me love you. God, die you. Right? That's the double choker. You got the double choker going on. And he's like, yeah, I want to die. I'm good. Squeeze a little harder. Just take me out of my misery because Roberto's taking this photograph. Please, kill me now. Keep on choking me. Look at that. Look at the hand. A random person's coming out of his head. It's just like you don't even see the origin of her body. You just, whoop, here I am, right? Huh? Not cheesy at all. This is like the fountain, right? Like the gazebo at a park. Yes, you do have a chest. Yes, I feel something there. It's like, look at this. What is this arm doing here? Why is her hand like this? At least they've shifted their body weight. That's good. This is blown out like crazy. She's got a 90 degree on her wrist. You see what those 90 degrees are kind of, you can see how they don't help you, right? And remember what I said, sometimes I do the 90 degrees if I feel like that's the best option at that time, but at least you're aware of it, okay? That's choker number 2. This is the, I'm about to break your neck, right? So it's like, you're ready, right? This is what's going on here. Is her spinal cord slouching?
Yes.
Is he slouching?
It looks like her feet are coming.
Take a look at that invisible plane that I talk about. It's about 4 feet from his eyes because the shoes are right there, right? Very straight. I thought that was so cool because I gave it a cool camera tilt. Artsy, hello. This is my attempt at getting it in the moment. I was trying to get in the moment. This is my photojournalism. I seriously thought this is what people were talking about, to really get close into the moment. I was just like, I took that very literally. I took that very literally. I got close to that moment like this. Show me that cake, baby. All over your face, right? Not to mention my exposure is just dead on. And my crop and my composition is just, it is picture perfect.
Rick Z says this one's not even good for Facebook.
This one's, what'd you say?
He says this isn't even good for Facebook.
Yeah. Facebook would cancel my account for putting a photo. Even Facebook would have standards. Does that make sense?
Have you ever thought of a career as a stand-up comedian?
3 different angles, people. 3 different angles. My detail shots. That's my ceremony exposures. I tried to turn on my flash. This is what I got. Then I'm like, whoops, I don't know how to use my camera, even though I call myself a professional photographer. How many of us are in that boat? Right? I don't know how to use my flash, even though I call myself a professional photographer. Right? So I tried to switch my flash, and I get this. Then I'm like, not working. This. The whole ceremony looked like that. The entire ceremony was like that. I was like, I was not prepared. I went to the wedding to practice, not to perform what I had practiced before. And that's the result. You see what I mean? Huh? Oh my gosh. Let me see your nose holes. Please, just get them in there. Let me get my macro and really just get in there. Let me get to the juicy part.
Oh my God.
Oh, hair detail, people. This is what you call full coverage photography. I cover everything. You have something in your hair, I will be there to take a picture of it. Okay?
Oh my God.
Are we happy with this?
That was awesome, Roberto.
Thank you.
I think my face hurts from smiling
My
so
face
much.
hurts.
But I do
my
have
face
a question for you.
Yeah.
From John Ellis, which is, how many seasons did it take you before you realized that you needed to drastically improve your photography?
How long did it take me?
When you were doing it, like how long did it take for you to look at those and say, wow, I really need to improve?
That's a good question because it's a complicated answer because you can't just one day wake up and have all this knowledge. It started out from a serious fire and desire to look at photographers that I admire, and not just wedding photographers, but many other kinds of photographers, and be able to watch thousands of photos and until something starts to pop in my brain. Does that make sense? So what I mean is, if you watch only your own work, you have no reference point. If you watch the work of 1,000 photographers that you really like, you have a reference point, but you don't know what's happening. You just know that you really like the photos. But keep looking keep studying, keep looking, and little patterns will start to come out. Those patterns is what all of this was designed. This is where this little chart was born. From me looking at hundreds of thousands of photos and picking up patterns. For example, I looked at a lot of fashion magazines and I realized most fashion photos don't have many colors in the background at all. They only have one, like a seamless color. Like if you look at BCBG advertisements, it's usually like a gray background and the model's just like doing something. And I'm like, why do they always use seamless backgrounds? Why not go outside and do stuff? Well, because you want the attention to be on them. Subject emphasis. 3 colors. So subject emphasis is important, more important than the background, more important than the fountain, more important than the gazebo. Does that make sense? And then I started looking at more photos, and the photos that I saw of everybody looking at each other with the noses looking at each other, I was like, why is that awkward? Oh wait, after 10,000 photos later, it's awkward because you're in your personal space, and when you're in your personal space, you don't look at them in the eye. So it was pure determination and focus at looking at photos and start to pick out little hints that come out at you. If you do that for 10 minutes and then you give up, well, no, you're not going to learn, you know? That's what this was designed for me to improve. And this chart took me literally 5 years to make it. And it has been like my Bible for everything I do. And it has transformed my photography completely, and I think a lot of other people's, you know?
Roberto, were you proud to give those photos to the couple? Or were you ashamed of those photos at the time? Or were
No,
you?
At that point I was still pretty excited about it. Okay. I mean, I did get the reflection and the ear and the little headpiece, the little thing with the big ear, you know? But I didn't think of it that way back then. I just thought I captured the little details in the head, in the hair. And when she got the cake in her face, I thought, hey, I captured the moment. Like, the cake is in her face and I'm right there. I mean, I really did. That's why I tell people, don't just look at your photos, you need to look at thousands of photographers' photos and pay attention with a little notebook and a paper, and then just start write down when things start to pop out at you. Ask yourself, why does that look good? And it could take you half an hour to answer that question. And also ask yourself, why does that look awkward? Why do I feel like that's not working for me? It's like an instinctive feeling, and then you have to find a way to rationalize it in your brain. Because if you do not rationalize it, how can you know about it to improve on it? You know what they say when you have an issue, they're like the first step to your solution is knowing that you have a problem. Well, how do you know that you have a problem if you don't, you have to find the problem, okay? This is one of the submissions that we had. This is an example of framing, isn't it? This is a framing. Somebody saw that, and the frame went in there, and you put the kids in the frame. That's the obvious choice, isn't it? Yeah. So why is this photo not working? You need to ask yourself that. So Nikki, why is this photo not working for you?
The subjects are not the biggest.
What about the random people on the left walking to their car?
Yeah, very distracting. Lots of colors happening in the background. Their faces, it's just all, yeah.
Do you see?
Invisible plane is going to hit her knees.
Exactly. Do you see more and more now?
Oh, yeah.
Let me go through some of these quickly, because I want to show, these are the photos that we submitted that you needed help with. Remember that? Mm-hmm. However, let the record show, you still took these at a job. Okay? Let me back up. What's not working for you, Mallory?
Something about the pose.
Is it too contrived, like you're trying too hard to pose?
Yeah.
Is it flawless
posed.
and finessed?
No.
What else is not working for you, my friend Pepe?
A couple things that stand out right away when I see the pictures. First, the arm just hanging out like a monkey arm.
Good job.
Making her look more bigger.
Is her thigh helping the photo?
No.
No.
And also the wall on my left, the yellowish wall with the bright strip at the end.
Yep. Also notice the position of the main light source is right in the bottom of her jaw. You see that? It's not in her eyes. Your attention kind of goes like this. It kind of goes like, boom, here first, because this is the brightest part. And then it goes right there second. And then you realize, oh wait, the whole pose is really awkward. Does that make sense? Now, if I want to give you guys an assignment and give everyone watching this on the internet an assignment, take a screenshot of this while you're watching and write down everything that you can imagine that's not working for this photo, and then write down in another column how you would solve these issues. That's what I did all the time. And I would wash dishes and be like, why is that not working? And I would just keep pushing myself, because sometimes when you're thinking about it, it doesn't come. But my wife makes me wash dishes all the time. She says everything has to be split 50-50. And I agree. So I'm washing the dishes because she cooked. And if I cook, she washes the dishes. So I picked up cooking a lot more. I'm watching the chef or the Food Network channel. That's what you gotta do. Take a look at this, do one column. What's not working? How can you solve it? Grab a friend, put her against the same type of wall, one wall this way, one wall this way, put a friend there, anybody, and fix it. And you will start to make you'll start to make what they call synaptic connections in your brain between the neurons and stuff like that. That's how you get to become more long-term instead of just keeping it for those 5 minutes short-term memory that we have. Okay? What would you do with this photo? How would you fix it? Okay? Now, I want to show some serious contrast between day one for you guys and the incredible photos you took yesterday. The photos we took together. Remember yesterday in the little yard? Yes. Now, for everyone watching, we were stuck in that little yard. We could not even move all around the yard. We were very limited. To make matters worse, I told my students, you have to stick to this building right now. You cannot even get away from that building. Or I said, you have to use the grass. And probably about 50 problems came. The sun was in the wrong place, the bushes were too high, the model was 7 feet tall. Remember? We had all these problems and we started solving them little by little. From day one, when you guys came in, to today, look at the difference. This is what was going on in the work before. Granted, it's photos that you needed help with, but still. And now let's switch gears to the photos you took yesterday by David. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Okay, I'm serious. That's just wrong when I saw that, because he saw those little blue, purple, those little white. What were they?
Bars. The bars on the.
Just little plastic tubes that were not doing anything for the scene, right? But look what he'd used. This is what I'm talking about. This is the MacGyvers in all of us, right? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Okay. When you find solutions, no matter where you're at, somebody, I can probably assure you, before 3 days from now, you probably would have seen those posts as a distraction, or you probably wouldn't have even noticed them.
Right.
Now we look at these posts, and we're like, the background is symmetrical. The background has patterns and repetitions. I can use it. The background is a seamless color, right? It's just a one seamless color background. These white posts can be used as a frame. And he is just, your eyes just go right to him. You see what I mean? Yep. Look at his body position. It's pretty relaxed and comfortable. I took this one. But I took this one, and actually, let me show you this. What do you notice first about this photograph, besides the fact that you just feel like it's like a painting or something? You see how the background is going with her eye tone and all of these different things? When I saw that purple tree in the background, I was just like, that purple tree has gaps on the right, but it's pretty full of branches on the left. We used the 85 millimeter on this, friend. We used the 85, we switched from the 70-200 to the 85 millimeter 1.2. which is one of the reasons why we're talking about execution today. This was execution at its best. If I would have kept the 7200, this wouldn't have worked like this. This is about part of my execution chart. It clearly says, if you guys are looking at it online, it says perspective through lenses. That's the perspective through the lens. That's the 85. Why do I say this? Because when I go do photo shoots with my friends or with whoever, I see them having a lens in their camera and they stick to the lens for the entire photo shoot. And I'm like, dude, you are lazy or something, and you're gonna complain in a year that you're out of business because you're not utilizing your tools for the right job. You know, you have all these lenses in your bag, yet you're just keeping the 24-70 or the 70-100 the whole time. This is the result of the 85 1.2. Those trees in the back is the result of patterns and repetitions in the background. This photo is a result of subject emphasis at its best. They are the biggest, she is the biggest, she is the brightest, and she is definitely the one in focus, okay? So then when it's your turn and you take this photo, you shouldn't be surprised. If you listen to those 3 subject emphasis rules, you're gonna be taking photos like this all the time because you have no choice. So you shouldn't be surprised. This is another version of creative crop. Okay, now, in my execution chart, it has beauty through angles. Remember I told you to imagine the crop before you take the photo? I thought her eye was just incredibly beautiful. And one way to really get that eye to pop out is to kind of do this half crop thing. Like if I cover Mallory's face with my paper and I bring your chin down for a bit, bring your chin down, because you only see one eye, the mystery behind the other eye just eats you up. You see what I mean? I can see everybody. Like if I look at you this way, here there's no mystery. I see Fran at its best. It's just there's Fran. But in photography, maybe try to add a little mystery into the photo. Maybe try to add a little mystery. Bring your chin to the right. Bring your chin down. Now I look at half her face and I'm dying to see the other half. And it makes you love it. It's that anticipation. You know what I mean? By the way, you should know in your brain, the feeling of anticipation releases as much, what's that chemical?
Endorphins.
Endorphins as
Chocolate.
The stuff you buy illegally. Endorphins go into your brain, they shoot out. Whenever you have anticipation, you're like waiting for something to happen and you're just like, endorphins are flying through your brain. And you can do that by adding mystery to a photograph. That's why it creates like a little bit of a mental pleasure to look at it.
Quick question.
Yeah.
In this photo, what was the lighting source?
We had a diffuser and a reflector.
Okay.
The diffuser was to soften the light from the sunspots. The reflector was to add a punch of light to the other side of the face.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks.
This is another version of the same. That's 3 different types of photos that were taken literally 5-7 seconds apart with very different feels, right? So when somebody tells me, you only have 5 minutes, I'm like, thank you. I'll take a nap after minute 2. You see what I'm saying? Because you can create stuff like this. Take a look at the 3-point check in the Lucky 7, 21 points. You have the collarbones facing this way, you have the nose facing this way, but you have the eyes facing the camera. So then when you wonder, why does it look so good? Now you know. You have this, and this with the eyes, and it just creates all kinds of angles. I repeat, it creates all kinds of angles. I repeat, it creates all kinds of angles. Now you look at the execution chart for today, and you see how it says beauty through angles. Beauty through angles. Angles are the most amazing photography tool you'll ever have.
Can you, from Johanna Sophia, can you back up and explain why the 85 millimeter worked better than the 70 to 200 in that close-up of the bride?
The 85 can go to 1.2. I took this picture at 2.0. 2.0 is drastically different than 2.8. 2.8, not to mention the way the bokeh, or whatever you say that, bokeh, whatever the bokeh, whatever the blurry part of the lens, the way that 85 creates the bokeh is different than the bokeh that comes out of the 70 to 200. Now, I know you're gonna not be surprised by this, but you can ask my wife. I took probably 100 photos with my 70 to 200 in the same place, and then I took the same photo in the same place with my 85 and my 50 and my 35, and I compared the bokeh so I could study what the bokeh looks like. So then I can be like, I want this bokeh, I know what lens to choose. See what I mean? It was actually a pretty fun exercise. Take a photo of this water bottle in a very like noisy background and study what the background looks like with the 85. Then go to your 2.8 lens, or your 70-200. Obviously you have to keep the aperture the same. Keep the apertures at 2.8. So 2.8 with the 35, 2.8 with the 50, 2.8 with the 85, 2.8 with the 70-200. And you'll see that there's a very distinct character in all the bouquets of each lens. And if you do that maybe once a month, you take maybe 3 photos with each lens, your brain will start to remember what the characteristics of that bouquet is or are. Does that make sense? When I saw these plants, whenever there's sun going through a tree of any kind or any kind of Christmas lights or anything like that, I usually go for my prime lenses because the bouquet creates the most beautiful little sphere of light with any kind of sparkle of light that's shining through the sun through the trees. It creates like this looks like little angels just kind of like in the background. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And I found that the 70-200 can do that too, but only if you zoom in at 200 millimeters, and sometimes you may not have that space to move back, right? So this photo looks beautiful, but it has years of experience to take it. And it has hundreds of hours of work and practice to create this. So when people say, I'll do your engagement photo shoot in 10 minutes, they're like, but I'm paying you $5,000. It's 10 minutes. And I'll create this all the time. Or would you rather have 6 hours and have my first year photos? Right? Now let's take a look at some of the other student photos. I took this one, I took this one, I took this one, just to show you guys angles. But compared to what you guys were giving me, look at the new photos you guys took yesterday. That's you guys now. We worked on this together. Who posted this? I don't even know. Oh yeah, this was...
That was Pepe, right?
No, I think it was Mallory, actually.
Mallory.
Yeah, it was Mallory.
Because I didn't have the
This is a photo where we had, this is the photo where we had the background that was kind of brighter than them. And then we put a flash behind them and we underexposed a little bit. You can see it's underexposed now, it's undertoned. And then the flash pops it. And then the flash goes around. Now look at the feeling in the photo. Does this photo have some soul to it? And most importantly, do you feel an instant human connection with a photo? You have something about you that says, I want to be in love like that. Like, I want to feel whatever they're feeling. And when you do that, you take your viewer's attention from the technicalities of the photo because you just lost them in the emotional impact of the photo. Okay? And that's the best. Mm-hmm. And I relate with when I used to be a classical guitarist. When I used to be a classical guitarist and I was playing in concert, I was playing by myself. It was like a chair and like 400 people who paid a ticket and they had dates. Their guys brought their dates and they were all coming in and everybody was wearing a suit and I was wearing a suit, you know what I mean? And then they would introduce me and I would come out with my guitar and everybody would clap and stand up and everybody would get super quiet so I could start playing. And I remember my first few concerts, I was trying to impress the audience by how fast my fingers could move. And I was more concerned about showing my technicalities that people were not enjoying the concert as much. They were just like lost in my fingers going like 100 miles per hour. And they were just like, what did you think of the music? I don't know, I never heard it. You see what I mean? It's like looking at a photo and you don't even see the soul because you're like, there's no heart, there's no feeling. When I became a more experienced concert guitarist, I started training to make my finger movements so subtle that the music would come out, but you hardly even saw my fingers move. It was just like tiny little movements, but the music was just flying out of the guitar. And then people were just lost in the moment of the guitar and the music that was coming out. And you should have seen the applause afterwards. I mean, standing ovation craziness. It was like 300 people just like, you know what I mean? And I learned something. It's not about trying to show your technical skills and stuff. It's like finesse your skills so well that you will lose people in what you're showing. You know what I mean? What you're doing. I want to remind the people watching online, these are the photos that we came up with yesterday. I mean, you guys post this and photograph this stuff. So that's pretty cool. Major improvements. Let's take a look at another one. I took this photo. Remember this photo? What did I use to create that? It was like this stupid little dead piece of white wood just kind of sitting there with a bunch of spider webs, by the way, right? That's what you call transforming the whole thing and making it look really great, okay? You see how her neck is bending forward, but it's tilting down, and you see also how I created movement by having her take that one step. When I started posting this, she wasn't looking good. Like she was kind of acting like she was taking a step, but it wasn't looking real. So I said to Keisha, go ahead and take a step forward, and then I said, take a step back. And then I said, take a look at the ground, lift up your dress. You can still see the clamp in the back, you see it? Lift up your dress, take a step, look at the ground, hold it up. And then she took a step forward. I had a wireless flash. Julia was holding a wireless flash that I gave her. But you have to have the forethought. You see, these plants are pretty bright. So I needed to have something to separate her from it. Without the flash, she wouldn't look like this. She would just look dark on this side, and this would compete against her way too much. Does that make sense? This is the photo, I think David took this one, right? Yes. This is where we had her walk. We were trying to create a photojournalistic feel, so we had her walk away instead of just standing and posing, remember? And then we had darkness in his face, and we fixed it by using a wireless flash, right? And now that brightness of hers is matching the brightness of his, and that looks really cool. Oh, by the way, that's the little wooden thing that we used to create this photograph.
And it was a nighttime.
What's that?
It was a nighttime.
Right. It was, yeah, this wasn't even nighttime. It looks nighttime, right? Yeah. That's why cameras are so cool. You can make it day, you can make it night, you can make it morning, you can make it sunset. You can do whatever you want. You can use a little crappy dead wood looking thing and turn it into a work of art. Right? This is Pepe. Remember Pepe? Do you feel the energy here? Yeah. Okay? Look at the way their hands, this is finessing the photograph. And we turned it into a silhouette. This is Juliana here, using the ramp. You have the leaves, you have leaves on the floor. It looks like a bride walking out of her wedding in Paris. And yes, let me say to the audience, yes, we do have a distracting line. If you really wanted to, you can Photoshop it out. But that was the only thing in this photo that's not ideal, is to have this line here. You could always crop it just to show this part, and it creates that mystery. Does that make sense? This is Nikki's photo at the end, and this is the black and white version of that. Look at the lighting, look at the way the background looks. Nothing is distracting about this photograph. You can see the bride and groom right away. And then Nikki posed this, and she posed this, and she used the T-bone pose to create this feeling. And she locked the eyes herself. And now we have this kind of photograph. So this is what we're getting now after just 2 days of retraining our brain, pushing the reset button in the head, and starting over with a different perspective. We have some questions you guys want to do before we close the first segment?
Absolutely.
You guys have any questions in this video, audience? You guys know everything already.
Please.
I know I've thanked you before, but you did not have to give us all of your secrets, and you're giving them to everyone, and you worked so hard, and just to give it to us is so awesome. So thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. I am more than happy to give secrets. They're not secrets. They're there. Take them, use them. I want you to succeed in photography. I want everyone watching to succeed. You should see my heart breaking when those people come to me in other countries and they're having a hard time. And it pains me because I know there's a solution and they're just not doing it. It's like, you know what I mean?
But you're helping us find.
I hope so. My wish is not just my wish, the wish of probably every instructor that comes to Creative Life.
Yeah.
They're coming here to help, right? This is a lot of work. Coming out of your studio and stuff. Like I haven't even responded to an email from any clients in the last 3 days. They're probably firing me right now. So, no, just kidding. This is a lot of work, but we do it because we love the industry. We do it because we want people to succeed. And I'm personally tired that when I go to a party with my wife and they meet us and they're like, oh, what do you do? And then my wife says, oh, I'm a material science engineer and I work for this company. And then people are like, whoa, awesome. What do you do? Hi, I am a wedding photographer. And they're like, oh. And it turns from a handshake to a wet noodle. Handshake, wet noodle. The respect just goes, just thanks. And that's because we haven't given people a reason to really respect the industry, because everyone goes to Costco and buys their cameras. Nobody works on their art. But yet, we call each other artists. Photography is the only art form that we can actually make money doing it, whether you make a little money or no money or a lot of money. You can call yourself an artist without ever practicing your craft. Like, imagine how many years it took Picasso to learn his craft. He's an artist. Imagine how many years of practice it took Tiger Woods to learn how to play golf like that. It took practice. We call everybody artists, pianists, violinists, guitarists. We call them artists. We call ourselves artists, yet we never practice. We just buy the tools. And then we Photoshop them. See what I mean? But then we complain that we are going out of business. So, what else do we have?
I'm going to ask this question just because, and we've talked about this several times, but I just want you to reiterate the answer to this question from Rob Mirage, who says, as Roberto is clearly multi-talented, does he not attribute his ability to become an accomplished photographer to be mainly down to his talent as a creative? Does he believe that anyone can do the same?
Nice. I believe there is talent tendencies. I believe you have natural tendencies, like somebody could have what you would call physical intelligence, which means your body is physically very limber, and so you become a good dancer. Does that make sense? But you having that physical intelligence, see, there's emotional intelligence, there's physical intelligence, there's like logistical intelligence, there's all these different kinds. You can have physical intelligence and become a dancer, but it's only going to help you so much. You have to develop it. It's like, I would say it's like 10% of it. Yes, of course talent was there. Like, look at Mozart. Everybody thinks Mozart was a genius, right? And he was very good. But then you forget when people were like, did you know Mozart was playing piano when he was 5 in front of the Queen? Well, who cares? Because when he was 0, he was fathered by one of the greatest music instructors in the world at that time. So yeah, he was good, but look at his environment. His environment was full of constant reinforcement in one little part of his life. Music, piano, music, theory, piano. Listen to the note. What is the pitch of that note? When you're like that and your brain is just a sponge, by 5, you should be a genius. If you're not, it's like, what's wrong with you? But we're so impressed but we forget about the person's environment. Sure, if you're a dancer and you have a family of dancers, people say you're a talented dancer. No, you had an environment that fostered your dancing, and the fact that you had 10% ability to move in a limper way didn't hurt you. So that's it. That's what I think talent is all about.
Roberto, John Smith says, and I've been wondering the same thing, what books do you read? You seem to know a lot about the mind and keeping a positive mental attitude. Or how did you learn all that?
I read a lot. Okay, guys, I'm a nerd. That's why my wife didn't like me.
Some call it geek chic.
I'm definitely a geek. Yes.
Geek chic.
But don't forget, the nerd geeks get the ladies later on.
That's right.
But when you're in high school, you won't get the ladies, but just wait. Right? They're one of the football players.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Not you, Nikki, right? I read The Economist every single week. I read a lot about opposing views of anything. So if I listen to CNN, I also listen to Fox News. I don't want to ever listen to one perspective and not listen to the other. Because you do not want to be brainwashed by any book, any magazine, or any news media. So when I was taking philosophy of logic and philosophy of all these classes when I was in college, that's when I was taught not to ever just read one side. So I look at good photos, I also look at bad photos. I compare things all the time. I read CNN, I listen to CNN, I listen to Fox. I read books on how to learn all the time. I love being a nerd.
Sounds like you read some neuroscience books. There's
I do.
A lot of new cutting edge neuroscience going on.
Cutting edge neuroscience, yeah. I have photographed the weddings of brain surgeons and also people who study the mind a lot. I shot their weddings. And we've had the best coffee conversations for hours.
So you pick their brains?
I do.
Ha ha ha.
I pick their brain. Yeah.
Ba-dum-bum.
Dum-dum-dum.
There's a book that I want to recommend to people just because it's called The Talent Code.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
thetalentcode.com. I've been talking to you about that, Roberto, and it is like exactly what you're talking about. And anyhow, The Talent Code.
And we do talk about the talent code because when you purchase a Creative Live course, it is chunking. It's chunking in the book, and what it means is that you study the same thing over and over and over until your brain has just completely absorbed it before you move on to the next thing.
Right.
Yeah, it starts with a musician who learns sort of the first line of the music. Practice, practice, practice.
Exactly, right. There's another
Before
book that
going
people
on.
should know about along the same lines as that what's it called? The Talent what?
The Talent Code?
The Talent Code. This other book, I read it probably, I don't know, two and a half, 3 times or something, cover to cover. It's called Talent is Overrated.
Oh.
You know, Malcolm Caldwell wrote a book called The Outliers.
Yep.
And he talks about the 10,000 hour rule to really master something. I feel like you can turn that into 1,000 hours with deliberate practice. 10,000 hours is what it takes an average person putting 10% of their energy into practicing. I think if you spend a little more time focusing the way you practice, which is what we're going to do today, you can turn that into like 1,000 hours instead of 10,000 hours. That's a tenth of the time to really become a master. People have asked me if I've been shooting all my life. I'm like, I just started photography. Like, I started like 5-6 years ago, really. Because my first 2 years, I wasn't shooting much. I really started picking up like my second year. So, you know. So talent is overrated, and the Talent Code.
All right, you saying you've only been shooting for 5 or 6 years leads me into the next question from Cody J. Bennett, who asks, I'd like to know who Roberto looks to grow his skills presently. How is he growing and learning at this place in his photography? And do you look at other photographers? Are you learning from other photographers?
I sure do. I'm not ashamed. I learn from everybody. Sometimes when I'm teaching a workshop, a student takes a picture that I'm very analytical. Like I can decipher things like a computer. You know what I mean? But sometimes, like one time a student told me at a workshop, and she's like, Roberto, did you know that, because I was telling her about blocking the double chin or whatever, and she came up to me and she said, you know, if you put your tongue at the top of your mouth through the back of your tongue, you get rid of the double chin too. And I was just like, what? And so she was like, you see it? It kind of goes, because I definitely have a double chin going on, but like, it's like, it cancels it out. If you put your tongue and you push it against the roof of your mouth, your chin sucks in. And I've been using that tip for quite a while with grooms and stuff. I looked at the work. It depends what style of photography you're trying to improve on. When I started trying to improve my photojournalism, I looked at the work of he lives in England. He's a photographer in England, and he is, to me, the best photojournalist, wedding photojournalist in the world.
I know who you're talking about. He's my
Jeff
favorite.
Asco.
What's his name?
Jeff Asco.
Yes, he's my favorite. He's my favorite wedding photographer as well. Besides you,
Really?
of course.
Besides me?
Yeah, besides you, of course.
Yeah. Jeff Asco is one that I studied religiously on how to shoot photojournalism. Yeah. To stylize a pose and to finesse little things, I go to a lot of people. Obviously, Jerry Gionis is really good at that, and I've studied his work quite a bit too. When I study simplicity through subtraction and those kinds of like really making a subject stand out, I look at Creative Life's next teacher, Matthew Jordan Smith, because he's a master of subject emphasis. He has to be. He's a fashion photographer, right?
I think we may have crashed some websites.
Jeff Asco.
Jeff Asco is probably gonna.
It's having trouble loading right now.
He doesn't even know who I am, I don't think.
Maybe now
Maybe
he
he
will.
will.
No, he knows. He's like, hey, Jeff, Roberto's telling. I mean, look, I've never even met the guy. I just looked at his work and I'm like, you're a photographic freaking genius, photojournalist, incredible person. And yes, I have spent many hours looking at his website and trying to decipher how did he get into that moment. And then you look at Michael Jordan and you're like, why is he always in the right place at the right time? Is it by accident or did he study the game? Does he know that if you're about to throw the ball into the basket, that the next possible move is that the ball's probably going to be on the left side of the court? Yes, maybe. So he'll stand on the left side of the court and the ball's there and he happens to be there again. So we say, oh man, he always gets lucky because he's always at the right place. No, he puts himself at the right place at the right time. So when I started studying people like Jeff Asco, I started looking at the little flower girls moving around and stuff. And then I would see a chair like this. Like you see this little bench thing here. And the little flower girls kind of walking around. And one of the photos that Jeff Asco took that I saw was like a bunch of chairs. And then he took it from the little hole and the little girl was just walking around and the chair was just kind of framing it, whatever. And I was just like, God, that's like, how did you put yourself down there? It's like, well, he saw the frame. He thought there's a good chance she'll keep walking back and forth. So he just put himself at the right place at the right time and took the picture. Before we get started on the execution part, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the main points that I didn't get a chance to really dig deeper into in the first 2 days, and I wanted to just kind of show you what those are. Remember when we talked about harsh light situations and you don't have a diffuser and we can follow the shadow and we can look at the apex and all of that? Imagine in the middle of a pretty high-end wedding and you're in the field and the bride tells you, I don't want to be in this field because I'm hot. 5 minutes is all I can take. And it takes 3 minutes just to walk to the place and you have no time. I wanted to show you not only through the photos that you did, which you obviously did a great job, but here's an example of how much little wrist, arms, little things go on, little finessing goes on. But then look at the shadow of the sun, look at where the sun is coming from, and then take a look at the final photograph. And then I'll show you how I used to handle this in my first couple of years as well. So this is the field, which you can see on the TV screen here. And you can see the bride is pretty much really harsh light. Does that look like it's going to be a great photo? Definitely not. And trust me, this is what tests your skills. You're just like, this is not good, but I can solve it. I can solve it. Now that you see a little bit of what's going on, you think you could try to make sense out of this and how that happened, thought process-wise? Can you try it? Anybody?
The diffuser over the top of the right couple.
There was no diffuser.
You're standing in the apex, the
That?
shadow.
Partially. Can you think why I couldn't just stand in the main apex?
They would be too dark, maybe.
You see, this is the thinking that I was talking about. This is the stuff that I sit there and I'm like thinking, looking at the screen going, why, how, why? I see you guys are looking at it.
Did he use part of his turban to kind of block some of the light off her face?
Well, I used his entire face to block.
Okay.
So here's how it kind of went down, okay? We have this situation, correct? Mm-hmm. This is the background. But luckily, this is going to be kind of funny. You only have one light source. The sun is the only light source here. So yeah, it's in a bad position and it's just terrible, but it's only one. You can control one light source. Just think about it. You have, the sun is coming from there, this way, right? One light source, one person, I would have been able to stand on the apex and just take her photo all day long. It would have looked perfect. As long as you crop the sun out of the frame, right? Because if you show the light source, then that becomes the brightest, not your subjects, right? Mm-hmm. So, but when I had to photograph the bride and groom photos there too, and there was no diffuser, you're in big trouble, you know? And they expected, that was the one time, and they were so excited about me shooting their wedding, I have to come through. So, if you have one light source, you notice the groom was wearing a white shirt, a white Indian thing, right? Well, what does white anything mean to you?
Reflect.
It means reflector. When you see these walls at this studio, what do you see?
Reflector.
Yeah, you don't see a wall, do you? You see
a reflector.
A reflector. When I saw his shirt, I was just like, okay, now I have a reflector. I have a sun, I have a reflector. The other thing is, I need to put her face against the sun, but I don't want to put her face where you only show the side of her face, right? Because you want to show kind of in between. So if you do that, you burn the face, unless you put the groom where the burn would be. So you photograph, the burn would have appeared here. The sun is coming from here. So his shirt got a little burnt from the sun, right?
Right.
But her face is perfect because I'm using his face. And now his face is getting completely burnt, but who cares? It's on the side that you don't even see. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when I'm looking at this pose, I'm like thinking, and I'm like, I can have them stand next to each other, kind of hug. His face would burn from this side. His face would block her face. She can bring her chin up to get that light coming through from the sky. And then she can have her arms, and all of this looks really beautiful. The sun is behind, you don't see it. So the brightest part of the photo definitely is the sky, but we don't care because the sky is
Overblown.
The same color.
Same brightness level all the way through, right? Mm-hmm. And then they become the biggest, the ones that are in focus. And because this is no longer a problem, they become the brightest. And there is not a single part of their bodies that are burnt with sunlight, even though it was the worst lighting in the world. Nothing. This photo, I have to admit, took me a little while to come up with it. Like I was seriously like looking at it and thinking I need to just, you know that lazy Susan thing? Mm-hmm. I was just like lazy Susaning this all day long. I was just like, well, for 30 seconds really, but that's a lot for me, right? I was just like, we need to turn your face. I saw the spill of sun into her face. I was like, telling the groom, you have to dig your face deeper into it to hide that sunspot. I didn't tell him why, I just told him to do it. And then at the end, you see how his face is pretty deep in there? He was not that deep, he was kind of separated a little bit. So I was like, deeper, deeper. And he was like, I'm pretty deep. I was like, just a little more deeper. And then that cleaned every little section that could have touched their face. So this photo, sometimes people think, oh, you had all this equipment and diffusers and lights. And I'm like, no, I had the camera and the worst lighting situation and no diffuser. And it still turns out this way with 2 people. Okay, so these are kind of things. Okay, I took this photo in, I forgot where, Oaxaca, Mexico. Oaxaca, Mexico. Yay! I took this photo to show an example why students or photographers, when they're trying to learn, they go to the shady area all the time. Have you guys done that before?
Yeah.
Like you look for the shady area, like sun, ooh, shade. Everybody come over here. Come to the shade, everybody, right? And then what happens with shade? What is the color temperature of shade? It's cool. It's cool, it's ugly, it's flat. It doesn't do you any favors. It's like you being an architect and you're like, let's use plastic for the structure of the building. Yeah, because what is the structure of all photography? Light. So why would you use the worst possible light as the framework for your photograph? Right? Shade is your friend if you use it with the right reflector from the ground. Or if you can combine a reflector from somewhere, get a sunspot, and then put the reflector in that sunspot and reflect light right into them, right? Remember when I explained that little section when there's shade, and then there's a little line where the sun comes through, and then I said to stand close to the line of shade, stand as close as possible to the sun. And if you stand further back from that line, you start getting darker and darker. That reflective light's not getting to your face as much anymore. What do you think of the lighting here?
It's very dark.
It's dull.
It's flat.
Does that look like you're a master? No. Now, Nikki, if you were to look at this door, do you see what I circled?
Yes, because the root.
And Juliana, what does that little circle mean to you now?
Means that the floor can reflect light.
Means
on the
what?
shade. The floor can reflect light towards the shade.
So yeah, you have the perfect combo, and this happens all the time. It's happening right there below that crane. You see that?
Yeah.
This happens all the time. Now you can put your subjects in the shade, which is not acceptable,
The
unless
reflection.
you can rebuild that light back, right? You put them in the shade to clean their face and neutralize the light on their face so you don't have sunspots and so forth, right? But then you gotta build the structure of your photograph, right? And that's light. So this sunlight is going to reflect back into whoever you put here, right? So check out the difference between the first photo with all the people and take a look at this one. Look at the way my face is just glowing. You see how it's glowing there? Now this is not a professional camera. This is probably like some point and shoot thing that I told my wife. But I told her to take this picture of me here because I saw this little guy and I was just like, let's go here. And she's like, why? Blah, 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 here. You know what I mean? I stand there in the shade, all that light comes into my face, I glow. Now, how does this apply to your work? It applies every time. Because you are going to be in difficult situations, like when you have to take family portraits and so forth. And if you can find a shady spot where everyone's light is clean, but then you can find a spot that has shade and some sun coming through reflecting on them, you're going to think differently now. You're going to be like, let's go here instead of there. So, take a look at this now. That's the result of what that looks like.
It's beautiful.
Now let me say something real quick. This photo has not been photoshopped in any way, shape, or form. This is straight out of the camera. Yet it looks like they're just, everyone, it has like a personalized light on their face or something. They're glowing. Does that make sense?
And that's from the floor?
That's from the floor. So you see how they're in shade here? What you don't see is the sun is right there. So when I was looking at where am I going to take the wedding party photos, I didn't just go to the crappy shady spot. I went to the shady spot that had the sun to reflect light back up. This is what it looked like. Now you can see it, right? This is the sun, this is the shade. To me, that's like music to my ears. I mean, I'm walking around and I'm like, shade, nothing, nothing, shade, nothing, sun, that's not gonna work. Shade, oh, sun, symmetrical doors, balance. Could it be any better? So I told everybody to just get in there, and I took the photograph. Look at the sun. Look how crazy that strong sunlight is. If we could get out of the studio and go outside and you see like downtown Seattle, you're gonna see buildings creating some shade in the floor, and then you're gonna see the line where the sun begins, and you're gonna be like, iPhone picture's gonna look like Hasselblad. Does that make sense? All right. There it is. That's all I needed to see. That little doodle right there. Okay? Can you all see it happening right there too? And look, when the model comes in, look at that reflector over there. Do you see it? See the other side, right next to my friend here. What's your name, my friend? Jacob. Right next to Jacob on his right. You see that reflector? You notice I'm not calling it wood thing. I'm calling it reflector because that's really what it should be to you. It's just a reflector. So we'll put the model there. That whole light's gonna bounce into that reflector. It's gonna bounce back. It's gonna look like a wonderful supermodel. It's gonna be in a really crappy place. Just a corner of the room that nobody even thought about, right? Let's go to this one. Okay. Why is this the most beautiful, perfect setup for a wonderful photograph? Kenna, go ahead. Just kidding. Kid is like, no! Can anybody think, and this is tough, so just give it a shot. Why is this music to my ears? Again.
Because of the tree that can reflect.
Oh my gosh,
light.
exactly. What's going on with the tree?
It's a reflector.
It's a reflector. But not only that, it's triangulating the light. You have the sun is coming from here, coming into the tree. So that's line one. The reason why I say this is because we're talking about lighting through direction today. The sun hits the tree, and the tree reflects light into those little plants. Does that make sense? Now, if you look at the little plants, you see the soft shadow there that's coming out of the plant? Soft shadow means beautiful light. Harsh shadow means it's going to be exactly that. Too harsh, it's not going to work. And too soft of a shadow, that light's kind of dead. So look at the plant right here and look at the soft shadow on the other side of that plant. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. This shadow here is the perfect softness. When the model comes out, this is a good place, and I can tell just because of the shape of the shadow. The structure of the shadow tells you, if you take a picture of anyone here, they're gonna look like a master photographer took the photograph with the greatest camera in the world. Mm-hmm. Okay? So think about that. Now, if I was to put a light source and make it really harsh, the shape of this plant will be really accented on the wall, which means get away from that shadow. That's not gonna work for you. That's it. Soft shadow, bingo. Harsh shadow, get away from there. Let the shadow speak to you when you're shooting. I mean, we've gone over so many of them. Here it is. This is what it looks like. That's shadow without that triangulation of the sun. So that's just straight out shadow. Mm-hmm. Do you see how poor, sad, and depressing that little plant looks? And it's a pretty plant. Don't get me wrong. I likey that plant. But it's very sad, right? Now let's compare that light to the light with a soft shadow in the back. Ready? Look at this light.
Yeah.
That light is this light right here. Okay. Let's look at the light. Let's look at the here. You guys wonder how I practice? This is an example.
Soft.
Not very good. Not as good. Medium. Better. Does that make sense? You can just keep going. Like, let's see. not as good as that. That's the best spot, okay? So you start training your eyes to see these things. Which one do you like more?
The right.
Right. Right. Right, because it's the right one. It's not a very good joke. It was just kind of like third day lameness, you know, like, right. There's how it looks like. Now, in my book, Picture Perfect Practice, I show a bunch of examples where my wife and I went out for a photo shoot, and I said, don't bring reflectors, don't bring nothing, let's just make it look crazy awesome without nothing. And all I did was looking for the sun hitting a wall, the wall bouncing the light back into me. And that's kind of what I was doing. So another way you can do a little exercise is go outside for 10 minutes and look for sun hitting a wall, and then look opposing that wall, what's in the other side, and take your photo there. Just keep looking for that triangulation of light, okay? You don't need any models, you don't need any equipment, you need your iPhone, your BlackBerry, your iPad, whatever you use, and somebody, and that's it. So let's apply this on a real job when shadows speak to you. This bride is the bride that I was photographing in the fields. She was coming down the stairs with her father. I'm at the bottom of the stairs staring at her. Like, this is after 15 hours of shooting, by the way. This is like all day Indian weddings, you know what I mean? And I was looking at her and her father was coming down. And then I noticed when she was at the top of the staircase, that perfect little soft shadow appeared on the right wall. And I was just like, oh, yes! I can take a perfectly good portrait that's gonna look like I'm awesome right there, right? So I asked her to go back upstairs after her father did her deal. And I took this photo and I realized the shadow there was too harsh. See how the photo doesn't look quite exciting? It's just kind of there. Now you're probably wondering why, and I can tell you right now why. It's because the direction of light, the way that light's hitting her, is creating a strong shadow, not that softness that I saw. So what the heck is going on? So I had to switch her, move her to get that soft shadow to appear. There is us testing the light, figuring out where that shadow is. Now do you see the shadows a lot softer? Okay, that's us testing it. There's the shadow. That's what I like. I stood from the bottom of the stairs where I saw it, and this is the final photograph. Look at the light now. It looks really like a crazy portrait in a super nice studio. No, it was halfway in her staircase, right? But that's what that looks like. Okay, remember yesterday we spoke a lot about using the tree branches as frames? Why not using people as frames too? You can frame with people as well. You know when there's people dancing, like the bride and groom are dancing or whatever, and you have all these people dancing? Sometimes I look for everyone being around the bride, and I take a picture of just the frame of all the people, and they're like lonely by themselves. So I took that idea to a different level, and I just started thinking, in this photograph that you're gonna see soon, the father was getting ready, the two sons were right there, and I said, your boys are cute, but they're not boys to me now, they're just framing devices. And so I said, framing device number 1, framing device number 2, please come and go to the stage. And they were like, what? My name is Tony. No. Your name is framing device number 1, you're framing device number 2. Come close, right? And perfect silhouette, Jamar, perfect silhouette. This one. You see the flash hitting the father, so he becomes the brightest, right?
And that's where he's.
There is the two sons.
Let
me see. Totally straight.
1186.
Right there, right there.
1186, right?
And that's a little weird.
You are? Who's that? Mo. Oh, okay.
Mo. Here's the photograph. So the father definitely liked it because it's emotional for him, right? He's getting married. I mean, he's not happy right there, but that's okay. He's just kind of in his mind, right? And then his kids are just right there. And it's an idea that came from the stuff around you. Framing with the tree, framing with that white thing that we saw outside. What is that? Like a little bench. framing with that, or framing with people. I mean, if I have, let's see, Mallory, can you stand up for a sec? And let's see, Nikki stand up for a sec, and Fran come up for a sec. So Mallory is the person I want to photograph. I want to put emphasis on her, but I don't want a flat picture. I can create depth using you guys. You guys become my depth objects. That's it. So stand right over here. Stand right over here. Now you're the background. See that blue wall right there? That's really the background, but you're going to take a step this way so I can see the black. Now you have nothing but blue in the background. Does that make sense? You're going to come over here and come here, friend, for a sec. Stand right here and keep looking this way and bring your chin to those shutters. And you are just like putting on your sweater. You're doing whatever with your hands. You're preoccupied, okay? You are preoccupied looking at Juliana. It doesn't really matter. Now what I just did, I just framed you with your faces. I'm pointing your nose towards Mallory and I'm pointing yours in this direction. So now you have nose number 1 going this way, nose number 2 over there with Nikki going that way. And guess what? Those two noses, they hit. See what I'm saying? Now let's make a small mistake. Mallory's nose is going this way. Let's put Nikki's nose this way too. Now you have two people with the same level of importance and the two noses are going in the same direction. It's distracting. So let's turn your face this way. Now it's opposing and the attention goes right back to her. Does that make sense? I come over here. I have the blue wall in the background, right? So it's seamless in the back. And Mallory, come in and look at me. Just look straight at me. I can shoot right through you. You become the foreground, you become the middle ground, you become the background. And on top of that, I created frames. And I center the attention right to her because of your nose direction. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. When you walk into a room, and you're about to be playing this game in about 20 seconds, when you walk into a room, ask yourself these 5 small little questions. Where is the best light? And where are the chart elements? The next one is, what's the obvious shot? Do you see a fountain? Is that the obvious shot? Right? If you see a bed, what is the obvious shot? Having her lay on the bed, right? If you see a wall, what is the obvious shot? Put her against the wall. So think, what's the obvious shot so you don't do that shot, right? Third, which elements are the most dominant? And when I'm talking about elements, I'm talking about the location gifts that every place gives you. Which are the most dominant so you can concentrate your frame on just those, right? The next one is it possible to combine chart elements with the light? What does that mean? It means this. You have chart element number 1, seamless color, right? One single color, non-distracting. Good? Chart element number 2 could be, let's say there's a frame. I can use the frame of that stool thing and I can put it and I can use that as a frame, right? So now we have 2 elements. And those 2 elements are happening in the best light in this room, which happens to be right there. So the question is, can you combine different chart elements where the best light is? That's why the first question is, where is the best light? When you walk into a room, search the room. Where is the best light? Where is the best light? How do you find the best light?
By looking at the shadows.
By looking at the shadows. You test the softness of the shadow of elements. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So everybody always asks me in workshops, how do you find, you always talk about finding the best light. Well, how do you do that? Mm-hmm. Well, I just told you. Like, find the shadow. If the shadow looks like that plant, that's the best light, right? Mm-hmm. So let's see. And then the last one is fix the light and shoot. Like, if the best elements are happening here, but the best light is happening there, what do you do, Mallory?
Sorry, say that again.
If the best chart elements are happening right here, but the light is not good here, the best light is over there, what are your options?
You could direct the light using tools.
Correct. You can fix the light.
Yeah.
Or you can go for the less interesting photo, but with a really good light, right? You can do this light photo, which would be awesome. Or you can grab all the chart elements and bring that quality of light over here. You fix it. And we have been fixing photos with light all 3 days, right? Okay, let's put that to the test. Let's play the game. Here's your room. Pay attention to the room. Ask yourself, where is the best light?
On the left, by the window.
The best light is here. True?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, you're shooting a job. You walk into this room. You start to go through the 5 questions. The best light is here. You already know that. What's the obvious shot?
Put her on the bed.
Put her on the bed. Or lay her or something, right? You have her lay down on the bed. You have the bride and groom sit down there and kiss, right? Where do you see location chart elements in this room?
Reflection in the mirror.
Okay, who said that? Okay, Nikki. Element number 1, we have a mirror, which can do what?
Reflect light.
Can be a reflector for light, or it can reflect an actual person. So that's first thing. Second thing, what else do you see out of the chart elements? Here's your chart elements. If you don't have it, it's right here. Pepe, my friend.
I see patterns or repetitions on the bed
Here.
frame thing.
Exactly. The back of the frame board has squares. So you're seeing geometry, patterns, and repetitions right here. So that could be a cool backdrop for something, right? Non-distracting. What's another element that you see? If you're online watching this, ask yourself this question too. Go ahead and play the same game. And if you want to go in the chat room and just type what you see, go for it. It'll be fun.
Exactly.
Go for it.
Well, there's a crazy glare from our end, but it looks like there's contrast and artwork on the wall.
Oh, yep. We have mirror. We have patterns and repetition on the bed. Do people see anything online? Are they saying something or not really yet?
Coal Miner 22 says pillow as a reflector.
Oh man, Smack, that's good. It's not a pillow, it's a reflector. I love it. We see painting and repetition. We see painting. We see mirror. We see bed, which is the obvious choice. We see patterns and squares right there for the frame. You see reflection. What else do you see in this mirror besides the reflection?
A potential.
Look at the mirror carefully. Look at the mirror carefully.
Geometry.
Huh?
Geometry.
Yeah, but what can you do with that? Look at that mirror. Look at it. We can use it as a reflector. We can use it as a reflective device. But what else is it giving you?
Geometry.
Yes, but what? The frame. This is a frame, isn't it? So basically, this is a fun game because this stuff happens in every room. I was teaching a workshop in Mexico, in Playa del Carmen, which is near Cancun. And this is where we were going to shoot the bride or whatever, or the model, because she wasn't a bride, she was just a model. And I asked the students to take their photo. All the students went straight to the painting and put her in front of the painting and took the picture, right? But we're trying to challenge ourselves to think in multi-level photography, multi-level thinking. And when I saw the room, I thought, we have a mirror, we have the painting, the best light is here. I like the painting a lot, but the light is not there, the light is here, so that's messing me up. The mirror can be a reflection, a reflector, or a framing device. We do have a reflector here. What else is there? And we have the geometry and the squares. So how do you combine it all? Anybody else in the chat room have any ideas?
Yes, there was the blinds, striped blinds. Did we talk about that?
Oh, the blinds here?
Yep.
Okay, there is blinds. What can you do with the blinds? You can close them, and then you can create all that sunlight coming into that dark room, and it becomes a contrasting opportunity, right? Let's see what we did. This is what people did. But which, by the way, this is not a bad idea. The painting is pretty cool, and they did put the model and it works, right? And that's fine, the photo's successful. But, right, we're trying to make it recession proof, right? We're trying to make it so people have to have you, right? Most photographers would think of this, and if you show this to your clients, they'll be like, that's cool, and then move on. Here's another one. Pretty cool, right? It's showing some cool elements and so forth. Another student decided, you see how the student made the eyes go towards the short side of the photo to create tension? So that's kind of working for the photo, right? They also pose the arms in a really cool way, right? It's working out. Let's look at another person said to use the mirror. And that's pretty good, because now you're using the mirror as a reflection, and he's also framing her. And the patterns are in the background, so it creates this sense of, it's not like it's crazy red or blue, it's like a seamless, nice, creamy color, right? Then I came in and I do what I thought was the best use of the room. So let's see how we can transform these elements and make the best photograph. This is why this is called posing, locations, and execution. The execution part was this. You can see that I'm moving the mirror. Do you know why?
It's not a good light right now.
The mirror, remember I say only show the gifts, don't show anything else? Well, the mirror was actually by the bathroom. The bathroom is like an element of darkness that I don't want in the photograph. I don't want this extra weirdness going on. So I like the painting a lot. That was the thing that resounded to me. So I moved the mirror this way. So when I take the photo, it will be stuck only on the painting and the mirror will be in the middle. And then I sat the bride down so I could reflect the squares of the bed in the background. So you see how you're putting it all together? And then the last part, I had to fix the light. The last part, I had to fix the light. The light was not good there. Especially the bride facing away from the light was a bad idea, right? But we have this thing called a flash, and you can use it, and it's like a window. Mm-hmm. So here's what came out of that. There's moving the mirror. The bride is already seated where I told her. I have this as the background. There's the flash that the guy's holding, directing it at her. And there's the photo. Cool, huh? This is cool, but if you start to break it down little by little, it becomes very doable. Does that make sense? You want to see that one more time?
I like that picture. Awesome.
Is that cool? Different, right? Multi-layer photography is where you're thinking in different layers, okay? Which is kind of what we did yesterday, by the way. Okay, do you guys have
I'm learning.
Let me show you one more real quick, and then we'll move on to... Do you see that glass door? Next to it is a little frosted glass door. Do you see that? This is the glass door. This is a frosted glass door. If you look at your location chart, one of the things says translucent surfaces, okay? Why did I even put that there? I found some pretty awesome photographs using translucent surfaces, like the veils going through the face and all these different things. So when I saw that, I said, ooh, translucent surface. That can add mystery to a photograph. It can be cool looking, but the lighting is terrible. I have to fix it, right? So I did my practice sessions beforehand on translucent surfaces. And I asked my students to put the bride behind, or the model behind the translucent surface, and they started going at it. I did that to see how long it would take for them to fix the flashlight, to see how it would hit the bride. You see what I'm saying? I mean the model. This is what they had. It's too much, right? This is what happens when we show up at a wedding. We try to be creative without practicing prior. This is what happens when you're like, well, I tried to be creative, but it took me half an hour and everybody got mad and the photo didn't even come out. Well, this is why you do it beforehand. See? This is what came out of it. Here's another one. Is that working? Can you imagine a real wedding, like, or a model shoot or a fashion shoot, you're like doing this? Here's another one. And then I took the camera, I adjusted the flash head, remember the zoom of the head? I made it more wide angle. I pointed it up towards the roof. I used my macro lens because of the way it behaves, and this is what I got out of it. Pretty crazy, right? It looks a lot more interesting. So this is the solution of it. There is the little glass door, that's what came out of it. So it's just this constant reinforcement of looking around for these things.
So
yeah.
You just had a flash behind the model, and the glass between you and the model.
This is what I had. You can see it right there. Wireless flash, bounce for softness. There was a white ceiling here and a white wall here. So I thought if I do direct flash, it's going to give me what the student with that crazy stuff. But I can bounce the light, open the thing to 24 millimeter, like do a wide angle zoom, point the flash this way, the flash will bounce against the wall and it will bounce the light back into her face. You see that hair light? And you see the arm is laid very nicely because it's going against the roof, right? So you have to think of it this way, it comes down, and then you create this. Also don't let the face or arms touch the glass because then you have this like smush going on, right? So they were all smashing the arms on the window. I was like, you cannot appreciate the photo this way. You have to back up and try to get it this way. By the way, this little chart that you're seeing is what I keep track of when I'm doing my practice sessions. I'm like, this is the result. What did I do to get there? This is like the ingredients for this. You know the cover of my book? It's got the veil over it. That was pretty much 80% the same technique as this. The same exact technique. I used the macro, that picture of that girl's face was taken with a 100 millimeter macro. It wasn't taken with the 70-200 or the 85. It was taken with a macro because I know how it behaves because of these sessions, right? Okay, guys. Let's take a look at Katie's face for a second. Do you all see her very carefully? Pretty nice, right? Look at Katie. Beautiful, right? We're gonna make her look not beautiful by changing the angle we photograph her at. Okay? We're also gonna make her look really beautiful by altering the angle just a tad according to her face and bone structure. Does that make sense? So, Katie, go ahead and take a seat. I don't know where you want, but there's seats right there if you want. Yeah, now my friend Tyson's a good looking man, right? We're gonna make him look very unattractive really fast. You'll see how. Yay! How are you guys doing? Good. Okay. Let me show you what's gonna happen. Does she look pretty? She's nice, right? It's a nice photograph of her. She had just given birth about 2 or 3 months before this picture was taken, and she still had a lot of like that baby fat coming out, fat from the baby or whatever. And she was trying to postpone the photo shoot for 5 months afterwards because she wanted to look good and express her, be the best she could look, the best she could be. I told her, I saw her, we were doing Skype. She flew me from Arizona to shoot the wedding, to Arizona to shoot this photograph. I said, I can see your face right now. I know exactly how to photograph your body and everything. You don't have to worry about your face looking chubby because of the baby fat. She's like, no, let's postpone. I was like, no, we're not postponing. I practice at home. I'm ready to go. And she's like, whatever. So we flew out there. And she said when I got there that she had these magazine cutouts from, Victoria's Secret magazine cutouts. And the poses that she was using were not going to be good for her face structure. And I said to her, okay, we'll you don't want to tell her a person, oh, you don't have the face for that. She's a model, you're not. You don't say that. So I just said, okay, we'll take them. Do you mind if I make a few adjustments? She's like, yeah, but can we take it still like this? I was like, sure. I love it when people tell me what to do. I just love it. You know what I mean? So we took her first photograph, and that's my interpretation of a photo that without hiding her baby fat and all these different things. But then I changed the angle just so ever so slightly, just to mess her up big time. And look what happens when you just don't look at the angle correctly of the face. This is all the execution part of the course. Look at the difference. It's a lot wider, isn't it?
Yeah.
She doesn't even look like the same person. Look at this again. That looks like a model from a Victoria's Secret catalog. This looks like I don't know what I'm doing. And it all has to do with lighting through direction. If you look at this execution chart, it says right there, lighting through directions. And it says beauty through angles and perspective through lenses. All those three things have to happen to create that and make it look like this. Here's another one of those. This is the magazine shot she wanted to take. Not a good idea. When I saw that whole hair being pulled out and how the light would hit her, I said, this is not going to be good for you. But let's take the photo anyway, because she wanted it. Then I asked her if we can just adjust the perspective through lens, the lighting through direction, and the beauty through angles. And she says, what are you going to do? I want to do it with a wall. And I said, no. Stay on the wall, but look at the bone structure that she has and make adjustments according to that bone structure with the angle that you shoot her from. Does that make sense? And how the light hits her. This is not lighting through direction. This is flat light in her face. If you photograph my good friend Katie here with flat light in her face, she's not going to look very attractive. We'll totally try it right now. But then when we hide part of her face and we shoot her and we start angling the light and the angle of the lens, she's going to look like, whoa, okay? So take a look at this. Now let's take a look at the adjustments done. Totally different person, right? I want you to try after this break to photograph Katie and Tyson, and I want you to purposely deconstruct the photo instead of build it. You're gonna crash it, because by crashing it, your brain will remember what not to do a lot better than what to do. Does that make sense? How about this one? How does that look?
Same person?
No, different person.
Oh, okay.
Does that look great?
No.
No.
The light's kind of coming in flat, right, into her face. It's not looking too good. She has issues, right? Mm-hmm. Even though she's a beautiful person, this is not a good angle on her. So when people say, oh, Roberto, you take all these good photos because all your models and brides are so freaking beautiful. And I'm like, no. I make them look beautiful. Because this is what happens when you don't get the angle right, and this is what happens when you do get the angle right. Same person, 2 minutes later, same chair she was sitting in. Didn't even move the chair. I just moved the angle of the chair, and I moved myself, but that's the same person. Pretty crazy. Do we have any questions from the audience right now?
I guess one of the questions that came up was from Katie Yushka, and they were asking about taking multiple photos in a location. When you see like the best shot, the question is, would Roberto not take multiple shots in a location? Would he just stick to the best shot? Or are you looking for like tiered as far as good shots? Are you looking for the best shot and then the next best shot?
No,
like how far down do you go?
I mean, the photos we did yesterday of Kisia, the model yesterday, remember with a purple tree in the background? I showed 3 different models, right? 3 different angles of the same person, and they all looked very different. So instead of taking the best shot and then the next best and the next best, just take 3 really good ones. Just change the perspective and so forth. Perspective of where you stand makes a big difference in how you shoot. For example, can I borrow you, Katie, for a second? Most of us take our photographs from I'm 6 feet tall. So I take most of my photographs from a 6-foot perspective, right? So I'm photographing her this way. If she sees herself in my photo with this perspective, she'll be used to it. Even if she looks beautiful, she'll be used to it. It's the same type of look she has seen since she was 2 years old. Does that make sense? Everybody has always photographed her like this, like this, like this, like this, from the perspective of an adult looking into it. If you have her lean down and you photograph her from a down perspective or from a different perspective, you're gonna change the whole look altogether. Every time you photograph a building, it's gonna look like this. This is the perspective we all do. You stand in front of the building and you take a picture in front of it, and that's the building. Thank you, Katie. That's good. Right? That's the building. But look what happens here. To get people to have a shock value to your photos, change the perspective. Perspective in the execution chart. Take a look at this. This is the church. I was going to photograph a wedding there the next day, and I saw a bunch of tourists taking the picture from the same perspective. So I always ask myself, what if I was a bird flying by? What would this look like? Or I ask myself, what if I was a little Chihuahua dog? Like if I was looking up from a 1-foot perspective, what would that look like, right? And this is what happens. This is the bird's perspective flying through. That looks more interesting. But look at the plants. You see the little plants right there? You see those little guys? Those guys are repetitions, right? Like they repeat themselves. And if I change my angle just a little bit, I can make them into leading lines. Look what happens. See how they're leading now? So now your eye goes right to the church, right? And now I have a much more interesting perspective that people are not used to seeing. This is the shock value that comes from offering your clients something that they're not used to. This is the final photograph I took in the same location. Now I'm not sure, I cannot say this for sure, but most likely, most wedding photographs that have been taken in front of this church were taken from the very first picture I took. And most likely they were just kissing. Right? What's the saying? Kiss, hug, kiss, fountain. Kiss, hug, kiss, fountain. I see the fountain. Or you can also say kiss, hug, kiss, fountain, gazebo. That's the other popular one. Like, oh, gazebo, everybody. Right? Let's go to the gazebo. Oh, Pepe, no. No, Pepe.
We do have a couple more questions.
Okay.
And the first one is from Kelly with Just Stay. How many shots do you usually take in a session, and what percentage do you use? So curious with all of the practice that you've done.
At a job, like at a wedding, I don't photograph that much. I'm pretty selective when I push my shutter button. I for sure do not use the machine gun style of photography because you just cannot produce good work like that. I probably shoot about 700 to 900 photos per wedding, and that includes everything, reception, everything. And I probably give the bride somewhere between 300 and 500. And out of those 300, 298 are pretty darn good. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So when you have the album, it's not like every photo they flip through is like gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. That's gonna blow their mind. And I tell them in the initial client meeting to set the expectations right, because clients think the higher the number, the more value they're getting. So it's all about how you set them up, okay? I tell them, you're not getting quantity from me. You're just gonna get really great photographs from me. You're gonna get about 300, and they're all gonna be pretty darn good. And you're not, I even tell them, and you're not gonna like a lot of them too, because you're a person. I'm sure Katie has an angle that she likes more than another angle. And we can photograph her, and she can look beautiful, but Katie will be like, I hate this angle, and that I just can't stand it, right? So no matter what you give them, it's better to kind of keep it toned down. They see your work already. Keep the expectations toned down, and then blow them out of the water. You see what I mean? So yeah.
So a third, you give them a third of the shots that you take. You said you take 900.
Yeah, give them about a third to a half.
Okay, that's awesome. All right, next question is from LCP. How do you know the best angle according to face bone structure? What's the relation, and are there specific rules?
Of course, there's always. Looking at Katie right now, just everybody in the world takes a look at her really fast. Yay, Katie, you're being watched by a lot of people. You look at Katie's bone structure. Turn left real quick. You see how she's got a really sharp bone structure? In other words, using flat lighting or more broad lighting on her is going to make her face a little more round. Now, if you take light away from one side, it's going to start shaping her face. What you don't want to do with her is use sharp lighting techniques, because she already has a sharp face. So don't over sharpen it. Does that make sense? Whenever people show up with really defined jawlines and really refined, you can show that jawline, but you don't have to like make them look like sharp skeletons, right? If you have a Chinese person or someone who has like a broad, rounder face, don't broad light them. That's when you close the curtain and you sharp light them. You do the opposite. Look at his jawline right there. Look at the cheekbones, and I can see them even, they just like stand out. What I would give, by the way, to have a jawline like that. The problem is, I keep eating the wrong things, and I'm 35. And how old are you, man? 23. See, when I was 23, I was like on fire too. So you just wait, brother. You just wait. When I was 23, I was like a marathon runner, jawline, six-pack. Now it's like little chunkies and here already has a pretty sharp jawline, so you can light it up. You have more options, right? What you don't want to do is make the sharp bones look even sharper by cutting the light in the wrong places. She's got the same type of thing going on with the jaw, so we'll experiment. We're basically gonna move into the segment where we're gonna be we're putting together the location chart. We're now putting together the posing, and we're now gonna be adding execution to kind of glue all the elements together. But first, for the audience watching online, I wanna remind you, I don't wanna just have the students take really good photos. I'm gonna actually purposely have them take photos with the wrong angle and the wrong lighting, and we're gonna start to build them up, right? And we're gonna start to fix the photos little by little until they become what they should be when you first take the photo at a real job. So it's a breakdown process and then rebuilding process. So we can all see, when you see a photo that they took that's purposely a bad photo, you may be able to relate with it, and then you can see how we fix the photograph to make it look like a beautiful poem. So we're gonna start out. We purposely did a few things. Around the room here, we placed certain little puzzle pieces, kind of like ingredients for Iron Chef per se, or Chopped, okay? The mystery basket. So you're gonna have these little ingredients that are purposely placed around the room, like pieces of furniture, some reflectors that look like wall things, some ottomans. We have some pictures, we have plants. We have a lot of little things that we're gonna have them use these elements according to the location chart, and we're gonna put them together to transform the chart elements and create really great photographs. So it's really challenging part of the course. If you're watching online, be sure to try to think of yourself, what would you do if you were in this situation? So it's kind of fun for you to try. All right, let's get started. So we have two gorgeous models, and one of them is still in makeup, I believe. So we're gonna start with my friend Tyson. Look at that, Tyson, man. Good looking man right there. Whew. Come on, Tyson. Come on down. All right, guys, this is Tyson, obviously good looking guy. We're going to make him not so good looking, okay? And the person to transform him into a bad looking person will first be Mallory.
Knew it.
Mallory is the winner of you're gonna be the first one where you're going to take the bad photo. Now, for them to learn and for this to be a great teaching tool, we're not just going to take the bad photo, we're gonna explain why it's gonna be a bad photograph, okay? Then we'll have someone else, or maybe you, start to rebuild it and fix it, okay?
And I can use anything?
You can, well, kind of. We're gonna start in this area here.
Okay.
So we're gonna start with this. Now, take a look at the elements. You have windows, but they're too high for them to be in the background, right? Like directly behind him.
Right.
So they're gonna be above him. The light in the back is obviously quite bright, and one of the subject emphasis rules is that your subject should be the brightest. So you're gonna have to find a way to make him brighter than all of this, okay? You can also change your shutter speed to like a really dark shutter speed. So this really comes down, and then use ice lights to bring him up. See, you have to use your head and really try to figure it out. I'm gonna give you, this is your camera. I'm gonna give you my camera so we can tether it.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you, we're gonna go for a bad invisible plane. Okay. So we're gonna go for hitting his knees first and that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna start to fix it, okay?
Okay.
All right, let me give you my camera. So can I get my 16 to 35 millimeter lens?
And can I grab this little piece of
stick to this
furniture?
area, but this is all for you to use, okay?
So Roberto, why are you asking for that lens?
Oh, good question. Did somebody ask?
I knew that they were going to, so that's why I'm...
The 1635 is, if you use it well, it can be a cool effect,
here.
like make you look really far away. But if you use it wrong, it can really make a person distort them and make them look really unattractive. We're gonna go for the unattractive at this point. One of the execution chart elements is perspective through lenses. So I'm gonna try to show how bad the perspective changes.
Will you come sit here on the edge?
Oh, I'm sorry, the 16 to 35. Yeah.
Oh, we've got to switch the lens.
Yeah, we're gonna switch the lens because we.
Oh, okay.
I want you to, you know, if you have a wide angle lens, if you get really close to the subject, it's gonna distort them horribly, especially in the corners of the lens.
Yeah.
So try that. Okay.
Okay.
Let me see. I think it's. Did I even bring it? 35. Oh, let's just do the 35. Oh, I thought I brought it. So go for a really bad invisible plane.
Okay.
Distort him as much as you can.
Okay.
Just mess him up.
Okay.
Do your worst. Do your worst.
Sure, that won't be too hard.
That's true. Now we don't have the 16 to 35, but we have the 35, so it won't distort as much, unfortunately. Oh, we do have the 24 to 70, don't we? Let's try that lens.
Okay.
Let me see. 1740. 1740 will do. Let's take that lens. Let me give Joe this one. And then we'll use this lens. Thank you.
That's yours.
Now, for the audience watching online, we're gonna use the ultra wide angle lens. We're gonna have Mallory mess up the photo with the perspective. But then the real challenge will come when I ask Mallory, right after she takes a horrible picture, to keep the lens and this time make the photo look really amazing with the same lens. So good luck to Mallory.
Actually, will you sit down on the floor? And just have one knee up and the other out? That's great. Sure, however you want to be, with at least one leg up. Oh, jeez.
I don't know what the settings are. I don't know what the ISO is and all of that. Let me check real quick. Camera's not even on. ISO, we'll leave it at, really ISO at 640. You're at aperture. You're at aperture's 4.0. That's
Yeah.
That's as
Okay.
far as it goes, and then you can change your shutter speed too.
Okay. Does it not show up here? Hold on.
Push play. Take the photo one more time.
Okay.
Joe, come get closer to him and get right underneath his chin to make his neck, to get that double chin going really good, even though he doesn't have one. We're gonna really get it going.
Ooh, that's super dark.
Do me a favor and get even closer to his chin from
Okay.
underneath his chin and raise his chin up so it's
Yeah,
like,
will you turn your head like to the side and kind of up maybe?
yeah,
And
raise
then look
it.
at me.
Get like 3 feet closer than that.
Look at me.
The chin up
Give
a
me a-
little one.
give me a smile.
Tyson.
Lighten that up. Okay, one more. Look at me. Thanks.
You're still pretty dark. I'm gonna slow this down, okay?
I did. I just did. Like.
Because it's coming out that. Okay, now you saw the photograph, you're online watching this. What is going on? From watching the course, you should have some idea of how to start to repair the process. So Mallory, we'll start to repair the process, okay? Let's have someone else come and repair it. So let's bring Pepe over. Pepe, come on down, my friend. Let's go ahead and repair the photograph step by step. First, let's discuss what's wrong with it, then we'll start to fix and address those issues. What's wrong with the photograph, perspective, everything-wise?
Perspective, it's making his head look way big and his chin. The background is brighter and not uniformly.
Right, you realize you could make
uniform.
this much worse by actually having him in the corner of the photograph, right? Because it's a wide angle lens, it's going to distort him even more. So if you were to grab the photo, and if you were to do something like, oh, sorry, let me do that one more time. There we go. That's the one we need to do. Take a look at that photo. No, not that one. That one. Take a look at his face now. Does that make sense? Now, this is funny, but you see that my composition is completely off the hook, right? It's not working whatsoever. He does not, that's not complimentary to him at all. First thing we need to do is use this big window element. And because it's working against us, we're gonna have to find a way to make it work for us, okay? So make it like a cool element. How would you do that?
Okay.
Think of a way.
Using the window?
Using the window, using the, whatever you wanna use. You don't even have to use this if you, unless you want to.
Okay.
But how could you create a really cool photograph with the same lens that created this horrible picture?
Okay.
We're gonna start getting creative. The reason why I'm making you stick to this is to limit you. You're limited to this. This is what you have to work with. We're going to find a solution to the problem.
Okay.
So, what do you want to work on first? Perspective?
Perspective. I want to shoot him this way.
Good job, because that's going to make him, good job, exactly. Okay, so let's start.
Okay. So should I use the same spot, or can I change spots or?
Change.
Okay.
It's all you.
Okay, so go ahead, get up.
You're limited to this area and
Yeah.
that equipment.
Okay.
Of course, you can use flashes and lights and anything to, any light enhancer.
Okay. So let's stand over by the window. And you're taller, dude. So
Yeah.
I don't have.
That's part of the job.
Yeah. So can I use that wooden
Ice light?
No, the wooden step stool box. Would that be possible?
Well, it's a tool that we have, so let's use it.
Yeah. So thanks. Okay. Let's see. Can I be just stand this way? Okay. You're gonna be looking. Tilt your chin down a little bit more, and then turn your head a little bit that way. A little bit less. No, less. Right there. Put your chin down a little bit more. Okay. And you're gonna be looking at Fran's tattoo on our arm. Okay. You're gonna be looking.
Watch the background, baby.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going. No, the background's is killing it. The black is.
Let's move it then.
Yeah,
You can just tell me.
Let me see. Yeah. Can I also that red chair? Can we just push it to the side a little bit more? Okay, there we go. Okay, turn your head a little bit towards me, right there, and keep looking at Fran's tattoo.
That's a lot better with the same tools.
Okay.
That's a lot better. We have a bit of an issue with the floor. Has different luminance levels, right? Mm-hmm. Part of the floor is darker, part of the floor is brighter, and that's the one thing that's causing a distraction. What are the tools we have? Look in front of you. What do we have here to clean that background out? Think about it.
Maybe.
What'd you say?
The white.
Yes, of course. So let's bring this guy. How about now, Pepe? Can you do something with this?
Yeah, I would need to have a little more this way. No, a little bit less. Sorry. Yeah, right there. Tilt a little bit towards me, a little bit more.
Pepe, let me see the camera real quick. Let me just turn. We're gonna turn this. We're gonna make this monochrome. Okay, try it again.
Okay. Okay, looking at Fran's cool tattoos.
Let's see what we're getting here. Okay, Pepe, you're a bit on fire. Let's move that ear and let's make it so it's not so claustrophobic on that side, right? Why don't you try a profile shot? Right now, try a profile shot and use something to make the front of his face really nice and bright. So you want to try an ice light, or you want to do a white reflector, or whatever you want to do. So let's do the ice light.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But you see how we're fixing the photo. Okay, so Joe will hold. Can you hold it right in front of his face area? Now try go full power. Okay. Just push the up a bunch of times.
So it's okay. So crop out the ear. Or?
See, now you have catch lights on his eyes. Now we're gonna do a few full profile. So turn your face exactly just like that. Keep the body the same way. So we have crossing of the collarbones and the nose. Okay. Now go ahead and give him that Popeye in the eye. Pop in the eyes, and take your photographs nice and straight. Leave some space for the ear and the back of the head not to be claustrophobic against the edge of the photo.
Okay.
So give some black background there, okay?
Okay. So let's see. Can you look towards the microphone on David?
No, keep the chin that way. Keep it like that. So make him look at something over there.
Yeah. Look at Susan over there in the black. Okay. There we go.
look at the tools. Look how we just switched the whole thing around, right? This is using execution at its best. This is what a lot of people do, believe it or not. Happens on the left-hand side more than you think, right? And with the same tool, we don't say, oh, I don't have this lens, therefore I can't do the photo. Look, we didn't change anything. We're still in the same part of the room. We're using the tools. Now we're gonna make this photo on the right. We're gonna make it just, you see how much better that one is from that one? Yes. Let's keep that level, but do it to the next level over. So how do we do that? There's no separation between the black and his face. It separates, but we can add separation to it. What's one way we can do that?
A backflash.
Backlight with ice light, or
with the
or a flash. Let's try it with the ice light. Let's try it with a flash. So let's try it with the ice light first. So let's backlight them. So I don't know how that will work. There you go. Maybe get closer if you can. Is he on your frame now?
He's good right now.
Be careful with the perspective. Keep the perspective the same. You don't want to distort.
Do you want an ice light on this side? Flip the reflector? Yeah.
Okay, I like this. Yeah. Hold on, let me see what that looks like. You see how it's starting to look more and more like artistic and all that? Now let's make it even more powerful. So we need 2 ice lights going at it. So let's get another ice light. Full power. And then maybe we can get them more from the back and then slow down the shutter speed by a click.
One stop?
One stop, yeah. Let's see, push this. Yeah. Okay, try it again. Go ahead and take your shot.
Yeah. But it'll still be a lot to get out of the frame.
What if we do this one? What if you hide in the back? Like can you do this?
Yeah.
Let's try that. And then move the ice light more towards his face, the front of his face, without showing.
A little bit to your right. No, to your other right. There you go. There.
All right, let's take a look at this. Interesting. Now let's add the backlight to really give them that extra oomph. So let's do another flash. And we have one right there. Thanks, friend. You see what we're doing here? We started out with a really bad photo, and we're just gonna start building it, okay? Let's try. All right, let's try this. So that's that. We're gonna put this on master. Okay. This should link. And now, let's go ahead and adjust power this thing. Now we're gonna use the flash. Okay, so. Same position? Yeah, probably. Just try to hide and just point it up towards his face. Be careful. Let me see the other flash. You need to turn that one off. Otherwise, it's gonna fire, right? Okay, you're good to go?
Okay. A little bit lower on the flash, just like an inch. There we go.
Roberto, can you just explain for the people who, pretty.
Change the aperture. Yeah, change the aperture to f6.3 or something.
6.3.
Could you just explain for the people who might not be used to using the 2 flashes and triggering one? Could you just explain how that works? Thank you.
So I'm using a flash. These are the new Canon 600 flashes. So whatever camera you use, Nikon, Canon, if you don't have the 600 flashes, you can use any kind of radio poppers. Are really great. They're probably the best ones. If you don't have radio poppers, you can use Pocket Wizards. You can use all of these little radio triggering tools. The whole point is use a tool to have one flash talk to the other flash so you can communicate with your flash wirelessly. All we're trying to do right now is create a really cool portrait with limited tools and limited space, starting from a really bad starting point. The reason why we do this is because when I'm practicing at my own weddings or practicing at my house, this is what I do. This is the process. I just keep trying to improve. So when I have a tool like the 16-35 or right now the 17-40, and I'm like, this is what I have, I can make magic with just that. Because I have this brain sequence of fixing things as I go instead of the other option, which is to freak out and give up. Right? So that's what we're gonna do. Now, the photo's a little too bright on the face, so we're gonna make it darker on the face. So we're gonna lower the power of the flash. So let me see this. We're gonna go to external speed light control, flash function settings. We're gonna go to group. What group is that flash on, Joe? Does it say A?
Yes, that's A.
A. We're gonna go to group A, and we're gonna tone it down. Okay, go ahead and take another shot.
Just about an inch lower. Thank you.
Did the flash go off?
Yeah.
Okay, I would say that's a pretty darn good freaking portrait, right? So good job, thank you for that. That's really good. Okay, fun, right? Fun with cool toys. If we can keep that on the screen, and I don't know if we can compare it to the really bad photo I took with a wide angle lens, that would be fantastic. Okay, check it out. The reason why I wanted to kind of go through this, if you look at the execution chart, which is given to you when you buy the course, I believe, right? If you look at the execution chart, this has all four in one picture. That's why it works so well. The first part of the execution says lighting through direction. The next one is simplicity through subtraction. The next one is beauty through angles. And the next one is perspective through lenses. You laugh at me because you think I have it memorized? I would hope so. So if you look at the photograph, is the lighting coming from a direction or is it flat on his face? Obviously it's coming from the back, that's a direction, right? The front of the face is the direction too, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mean more like coming at an angle, right? Simplicity through subtraction. Why do you think I took the first photo with all that crap in the background? Because it's the opposite of simplicity through subtraction. So what I did is we subtracted the window, we subtracted the ottoman, we subtracted the carpet. We're subtracting the stuff that's not helping us with our subject. Our subject is just Tyson. Tyson is a good looking man. We don't need to ruin that with adding 20 other looking things into the photograph. The third is perspective through lenses, right? We used the 17-40. We kept the same lens, but by the way I positioned it and the way I used it, I made it look really bad. And the way he used it makes it look really cool. Same lens. And last, the angle, beauty through angles. The first angle on the left is not exactly the best angle you can imagine. The last angle, we did a profile, we rim lit him. Is that how you say it? Okay. Whew. And we basically executed all four executions in one. Now, if we, let's say for example, have Nikki join us on the next photograph, you're gonna stay with the same lens, but now I want you to find a way to keep it wide angle.
Okay.
And still make it look like a really awesome photograph.
Okay.
Okay, he went for the close-up, which removed all the environment.
Okay.
What happens if you cannot?
Right.
Can you use the environment to create a cool portrait?
Yeah, I mean, I love the window. It has pattern, geometry, so I would probably want to use the window.
Cool. What's the most obvious shot? See, when we're going through that repetition, what's the obvious
Using
shot?
the window?
Is to put him in front of the window, right?
Right.
So why don't we put him, you can do something like put him in front of the window this way and you photograph him from there. That's what you would call the obvious shot. Is that not right?
Mm-hmm.
So don't do that.
Okay.
What if we put him this way, and you photograph him from the angle, from that angle. So now you're making like a triangle of stuff. It's not just you, him, background. That's
Right.
like linear. Try triangular. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let's try that. So Nikki, just come up with an idea, and then I'll help you out if you need to, okay? You are allowed to move whatever you want.
Okay, so I might use maybe the mirror to bring in
Interesting.
a reflection, but I don't know what I lean it against.
It's okay. First of all, do you want this black thing?
Do I want it?
Yeah, probably
no.
not.
No.
Okay, let's move that out.
Tyson, will you stand by where Roberto's standing?
Do you want this?
No. So the problem with him now is that this whole background, with him being over here, if I'm shooting from here,
So let's clean it up. Do you have a problem with it?
yes.
Let's clean it. So that's how we fix it.
Okay.
Okay? So you don't want this in it.
No.
So let's move that over there, and then you don't want this, right?
And the red, right. So Tyson, you could come over here. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so this is still in the way.
So Nikki, just letting you know, you just complained about the background being messed up, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Right.
Is be like, that's not clean enough.
Right.
This is what this whole course has been about, is creating these clean images, right?
Right. So the couch is still in the way.
How do you want to use it?
Do I want to use it? I mean, I guess I could use it for balance.
Why don't you use it to have them kind of rest on it, like sit on it or something?
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you wanted me to do triangular. This
You can do
way,
whatever
this
you
way.
want.
Okay.
I'm just throwing suggestions out.
Okay.
And then we'll have...
Yeah, you can leave it there then. Okay, so Tyson, let's
Hey,
have you
Katie?
sit here.
Can you come this way?
And you're going to kind of lean a little bit towards me with your upper body. Yeah, like that.
I don't know what settings Pepe left it on, so you might want to change
That's
the
right.
aperture.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
You look good. Do you like this photo? It's pretty cool, right? It's all my friend Pepe doing this. Yeah, Pepe.
It's not going to come up.
Oh, smack. Pretty darn cool. You're using the same lens.
Yeah.
Now, you did a good job here. Let's give the camera over to David, and let's have you enhance what you just did. Okay? So can I make some suggestions? Let's create a just sick photo with this. Okay, just sick. Let's invite Katie over to this place. So, okay, actually, I'm not gonna help you. There you are. There you are. Katie, she's beautiful, right?
Just come in closer.
I chose the
Tilt your head this way. Turn that way. Can you put your hand on your knee, a little further up your thigh? Look down at his hand. And I'd like you to look over at that camera there. No, that's just you, Tyson. Katie, keep your eyes down there. I'm gonna go.
David, make a quick suggestion.
Yeah.
You're doing good on getting the noses slightly crossed.
Right.
Can we do the X factor of the nose and actually have her look against his nose? So it's actually, not only are you creating that, you're also making her look towards the window, which is giving her the catch lights in her eyes.
Excellent, yeah.
Okay?
Okay. Katie, just look at the bottom of that chain there. Okay. Here. Eyes here.
And now, David, that looks beautiful.
And-
Oh, that looks good. Katie's,
Right.
okay, that's good.
Chin forward. Come towards him. Lean towards him. From your waist? More? Good. I'm gonna go.
These guys are good. Just want to say, Katie and Tyson, you guys are like rocking right now. Wait, I shouldn't make you laugh. Sorry. You guys are so awesome. Just one at a time because it needs to tether. So we have to wait for it. Okay, change the perspective so it doesn't look like that. So stand up higher because you are using a wide angle lens.
Right.
You don't want to shoot from beneath them, right?
Okay.
So actually, David, I'm gonna make a suggestion and go and stand on top of that sucker.
On this?
Yeah.
All right. Gonna mess
Try
it up.
that. Now it's gonna make them look like they're super small and far away. Do you understand why that's not working?
Getting the floor.
A little too high now?
Yeah.
Right? Come down. Let's try that perspective. And guys, can I make a suggestion, David, before you take a picture? If you look at the screen, you see this, you see that where the carpet ends and the wall begins?
Right.
That's a horizon line.
Yeah.
Horizon lines, we spoke about them. Horizon lines need to be what?
Straight.
Parallel, right. Parallel to the bottom of the camera, right? Because if you do not do that, the line goes like this and it creates a right angle triangle. Remember we spoke about that? You do not want to introduce triangles which are very demanding visually when you have them in front of you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So let's not introduce any triangles. There's a bit of a triangle. Keep this line super, super, super straight to the bottom of the frame.
Okay.
Every time you see a horizon line in the bottom, in the middle, or at the top, keep it parallel to the bottom or the top of your frame. And every time you see something that's very dominant vertical, keep it parallel vertically to your frame. Does that make sense? All right, let's continue. He's looking this way. My question is, what's reflecting light on his face, right? We have her going at it with a light,
right?
But we have to enhance things.
Yeah.
So let's use that reflector.
Can I get the silver side?
And we're gonna have to do it from far away, right?
Let's see.
Oh, thank you, Joe. I forgot.
Is it getting there?
Now, is that helping? Is that helping any?
I don't see.
So how do we fix that?
Just have a flash.
We put another flash and we put it against that.
Right.
Remember we did that yesterday? We put the flash as the sun, right? So let's do this. Where's the, is it already on? Where's the one that we had already? Okay. Yeah, so watch, so, okay, this is linked. So that window's not giving you enough strong light to bounce against this reflector and hitting him, right? So all of this effort just to fix his lighting. So we're gonna basically put this is now the window, right? And this will illuminate him. I'm actually gonna put this at pretty strong power. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna go in closer.
It's a little more, starting to look a little more fashiony. Does that make sense? I'm actually gonna make an adjustment.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring this reflector here. And now I'm gonna try to do it more from an angle on the lighting, okay? So,
right.
Go ahead.
So, back out, yeah.
Okay, let's take a look. That's cool. We have a little bit of an issue here, but it's starting to look pretty nice, right? What came to my head is we have a really cool big window. We have this white couch we have these guys. I just thought, because we have this white wall and it's not distracting, how cool would it be to have this window on the left underexposed so the whole room gets dark? And make it look like the window is just hitting them, and you have this element of window on the left. You have them kind of just getting lit by the window light, except they're not, they're getting lit by my flashes. Right. And then you have this vast space, and it just looks so like, wow. Does that make sense? Can you envision it? Let's try it, okay? Okay. Let me move you guys completely. Put this right here, right there. And then yeah, please. So what I'm doing is this, the window, okay, here's a photo. Okay, let me explain it this way. The window's gonna show in the frame. Okay. I'm gonna match the luminance level of the window on their face. The window will be the light source, quote unquote, not really, but that's what the viewers are gonna think. And then they're just gonna be receiving that light in this vast environment. We're gonna make it look big. The only thing that's gonna get in the way of this photo is the television, but I can't move it. So we're just gonna leave it in the photo, okay? So let's go ahead and start. All right, see Tyson, come over here. Katie, come in this side closer to the camera. And let me see something. Both take a seat there and just face the window. Let's go ahead and sit on the, like, comfortably there. Lean your body forward so I can see both his face and your face from the side. Does that make sense? You don't want to be blocking his face, right? So bring your body forward and bring your chin up so she's showering in that sunlight. Okay? See, all these things come up. Keep both of your legs should come out. No, you. Sorry, just you, Tyson. Just keep on, yeah, like that, and put it closer in. And then cross your legs. Just look really chilled. Keep your spinal cord straight. Keep your spinal cord straight. Let me see here. I'm gonna borrow this camera. Katie, back up your body again. Now, Tyson, you move forward with your body. Lean forward and chin up. Let me see. Now, bring your chin down just a tad. And don't look at the window, just look straight at that metal phone wire going on. Raise your chin just a tad. Katie, bring your nose more to your right and look straight at the beginning of the window. Chin up just a tad. So I'm not creating this romantic look at all. I'm going for a more of a who cares fashion-y look because I don't want people to think this is a wedding workshop. It's not. The principles that I'm using apply to everything. Let's fake the lighting now. So where's the flash again? The flash is gonna fake the light and we need a light stand we don't have. I'm gonna open up this to 24 millimeters. Can anybody tell me why I'm gonna go as wide angle as possible on the flash head?
To get a spread.
Because we're trying to fake
window light.
We're trying to fake this, right? So good, good. Let's see, straighten. Sorry, Tyson, I want to move you this way. Let me see. So I have to do a couple of test shots to get the light, but I'm going to move back a little bit. I'm going to move back more. Can somebody move this guy, please? This little doodle. Let's put it behind me. Be careful with the cable. I'm gonna be standing here, so we don't want to, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna point my camera towards the window so I can expose for it. That's the whole point of this, right? So I'm gonna expose for the window. So right now, I'm at F19. Okay, I'm gonna lower it to F13 just to allow some of that light to blow out. Okay, Katie, bring your chin up a tad. Lean forward more, Tyson. More. Now let's make the flash a little brighter, right? So let's try this. Okay, I'm not liking the way that flash is looking, but I like the way the light is coming out. Does that make sense? Now, the TV is in there. Let's try a vertical shot, and this is going to be. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hide the flash. Hopefully that's hidden enough. Okay, Katie, bring your chin up a tad. Tyson, bring your head slightly to the left. Katie, bring your chin up more. And stop right there. So I didn't like that light showing up. So we're fixing it, making it look totally different. That flash is now hitting the wall over there, right? Okay, if you put it on the floor, at least it's not distracting from the window anymore. Does that make sense? The window's what I wanted to show up like that. The floor is kind of messed up because of the light. But we can always, it's easier to remove that if it's in the floor than if it's in the window. Does that make sense? So anyway, we used the stuff that was bothering us and we incorporated it towards them. That's kind of what it was. And we all tried a different fun thing, right? Here, friend, come this way. Here, guys, let me move you again. That's good right there. That's good. Friend, I want you to photograph Katie.
Okay.
Just by herself. Okay?
Sure.
Let's go for, let me see. Let me change the lens. Let's go for the 7200, please.
Do we want her standing up or?
No, lay her on sit her on the floor and you can lean her against
Here, right?
that.
Can I get you to sit here, honey? On the floor, sorry. Sitting on? Yeah, sorry.
Thanks, thank you. Here you go.
So, legs out.
All you want to do is keep the 21 things that we talked about
Yeah.
pretty steady, okay? So just keep it steady.
Okay. Okay. Do you think you'll look ready if her legs look straight? I just don't like how they're...
You don't want to do that because you don't want to
No, I
extend
don't.
the invisible plane right into her
That's true.
eyes.
You're right. Okay, so I guess like that.
Yeah, you want to just kind of right on the eye. You don't have to use this if you want. You can use, I'm just showing you this as a sample, okay? But you can use the wall, you can do whatever you want to do, but we can use the white reflector here to even add more light, okay? So, where is the white foam
Right there.
thing?
Oh no, the foam one?
The crazy white foam. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna put this guy, we're gonna put the white side of this, so we're gonna flip it.
I'll get you so you'll be looking that way. Sorry, tilt your head this way slightly for me. And your eyes will probably be focusing around here.
Good, because you're gonna get the
Give it to
catch
me.
light.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Serious face, yeah?
Whatever you want.
Whatever. I kind of like the little smoke. Can you give me a little smoke? She looks so awesome. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll get you to put maybe this hand here on your neck. Is that too posy?
No, not if she does it right, and that's good. Just.
So yeah, and you chin up slightly. There we go, just a wee bit. Does that look okay? I wanted to.
She needs to be playing with her necklace or something so it looks natural. See what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so play with your.
Like actually, if you
So hold.
like there, right there, right there. Right, you see how it looks?
Uh-huh,
Like she's doing something with it.
Yeah, that did make
Here,
a
drop it
difference.
again, and then start to pick it up, and right there. See what I mean?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the lights hitting her, creating catch lights, right? Looks beautiful. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, is everything else okay?
Right now you're at F13. Always check your settings before you
Yeah.
shoot. So we're gonna change it to 250. Change the settings.
Sorry.
Let's go to 2.8 because it's a single person, right?
Yes.
And we're gonna go to color again. So instead of this, we're gonna go to that. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Roberto.
Oh,
Oh.
here you go. Here you go.
Sweet.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Roberto.
Fran, get the perspective right.
Yes.
You're at 2.8. Play with. Don't worry about anything. Just beautify the photograph. Okay.
What I'm thinking is just really simple. I just want her in the entire frame. Is that too? That's kind of like really obvious.
Maybe don't show too much of the carpet because you're introducing another element.
It's true. You can still see it though. I'll just take it and then.
Zoom in. Zoom in.
Sorry.
Now you don't see it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look. Did you check your metering before we did that?
I'm sorry. I get really nervous.
Okay, it's pretty nice, right? You're
Yeah, the
picking it
pose
out.
is nice.
Let's make it better. Let's make her hair
Yeah.
sing.
More luminous.
Okay. So turn this on again.
Thank
I'll
you,
turn this
Roberto.
on. And now let's do it again.
Can I get your just tilt your jawline just a wee bit over here? Yeah, but your eyes focus.
Yeah, probably. Maybe like. Yeah.
Thank you.
Try that. Now we're gonna change when you shoot this photo. Actually, it's a little bit dark, so we're going to. Okay, try that.
Thank you, Roberto. Okay, Katie. Oh shit.
Okay, so how do you fix that?
Well, I have to drop.
It's looking cool, don't get me wrong. It's starting to get there, right?
Yeah, it is.
So
Thank you.
we're gonna lower the power of the flash, but it looks pretty neat. See what I'm saying? She looks totally, you're transforming the scene into a very exciting look. Basically, photographers watching online, or anybody watching, try not to keep the location to look like what it is. Remember that one white thing we saw in the yard yesterday, how I transformed it into a bunch of frames?
Yeah.
It's like transforming the elements in your environment. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
We're
it does.
transforming. Right now, look at the way this looks like. Look at the way it's looking on the screen now.
Yeah,
It's a whole difference, right?
Yeah,
So let's lower the power of that flash. We're gonna control it with this.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go to,
A wider flash. It's wide at the moment, right? The flash, so that it disperses.
we're also going to,
Which,
we're also going to make it less powerful.
Thanks, Roberto.
No problem. You're doing great. Look at your photograph. See what I'm saying? By the way, are you introducing any carpet or any colors that are distracting?
No.
No. Is the
Not at
lighting are you transforming the lighting situation into something unique and more professional?
Yes.
Yes. If you were not using all this stuff that you're transforming, the photo will look like what it looks like to your naked eye.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
true.
try it again. Let's take it one more time. Let's change the lens to the 85 millimeter.
Now?
So let me get the 85 millimeter.
Sure.
Yep.
You're doing really well.
Here's the 85.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna switch the aperture to 2.0. So push that button right there. Okay, let me just put this slowly here.
Thanks, Roberto.
Oops, sorry, hold on.
You're right.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, don't drop my camera, please.
I won't. What'd you say we're changing? Oh, okay, this is better.
Change it to 2.0.
Thank you. There we go.
And you got to speed this up a little bit. And try it.
Okay. All right, Katie. You're doing wonderfully. Thank you.
My suggestion, when you look at the screen on the TV, she looks good, but take a look at the screen carefully. She's kind of stiff on the whole body, like loosen up parts of the body, like maybe
Like a
do a
soft-
tilt head, maybe tilt back, maybe you have to finesse the photo. So you are taking a good one, but she looks a
Needs to
little,
be better.
needs to be more finessed.
Gotcha.
Okay, try it out.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. So tilt your head. So the same pose in essence. However, I'll get you to tilt your head a little bit more this way. Can I change her eyes? Oh no.
Fran,
Actually.
you're forgetting one important thing. Remember yesterday when we said let's make it more natural looking, finessed? What did we do? We made movement.
That's right.
So get your camera ready. Focus
So
right on her eyeballs.
No.
Right on that left eye, on her right eye, because it's the one closest to the camera. And as she's moving by your direction, take the photograph.
Okay.
Okay?
Katie, sorry, can I give your hand on your lap? Thank you.
And
honey.
keep the crop the same, so you might have to get closer.
Okay.
Okay.
See, so just here. Beautiful. And yeah, I guess I'll get you to
Have her tilt her head to see what it looks like. Maybe tilt. Now tilt the other way. Now tilt the other way. Now tilt back. Tilt forward. You see how the look changes
Yes.
just drastically?
far
Of
out.
course, Katie's like a total freaking awesome rock star.
Yeah, I know, right?
Every single one
Minor
of those is
detail.
awesome. All right,
So
go ahead.
true. Okay, sorry, Katie. So I'll get your look here again. Probably tilt your. I like your head tilted that way. That looks really cute. And so you play with your necklace. Just so kind of like touch it. Oh gosh, here we go. Okay. Ready? Here we go.
Hold on, take a look at the screen.
That looks different altogether.
It's just the way the flash came into the camera.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and make some adjustments here. We're going to go like that. Now take it again.
Okay.
What did you just do, Roberto?
I changed the shutter speed. I slowed down the shutter speed by half a stop.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
And maybe let's get that
show
flash a
the
little
flash to me.
lower, like bring it lower so some of the rays actually enter the lens.
Okay.
That's what gave you that Gucci, BCBG, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That Gucci look with a flare and all that stuff.
Yeah, because I like the flare a lot,
The
actually.
key to that is to have some of the rays enter the camera,
Okay.
but they're entering at an angle, because if they enter directly, it causes the rings.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The little, okay?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hon. You look amazing.
Move her a little bit, like slow movements. No. As your camera is on your eye and as you're ready to shoot.
Okay. Sorry, I can totally see the flash. So I can just recompose.
Don't be shy, friend.
I'm so sorry.
Make small adjustments on her face.
Okay, Katie. So tilt your head for me again.
Do it with your camera on your face so you're ready to go.
Okay, sorry. And I'll just play with your necklace.
When you like what you see, take it.
Okay, we'll just go for it.
The internet is rooting for you, Fran.
Go, Fran, go!
Fran.
I'm so nervous.
Okay, let's do it again with her eyes open.
It's okay, it's all right.
Let's do it again. Let's bring the flash closer to the axis of the lens, so it hits the lens.
Okay.
So we're gonna do something like this. Let me see Joe stand, maybe more like right
So,
there.
your
So
shoulder
some of those
forward.
rays enter the lens.
So just
So
focus
if the
here.
people watching online, what Joe's doing
Chin up
here,
just slightly.
he's holding the flash near the same axis as the lens, so that the rays from the flash hit the lens, and it creates this very romantic glamour look. We may have to, and then, yeah, a little less. There you go.
All right, ready, hun?
Go, Fran, go.
Okay, just keep ready. 1, 2, here we go. I have to crop in a bit tighter this time.
It's looking very good,
better?
Fran. You're kicking butt, Fran.
I'm getting
Who thinks this is looking really cool?
getting better.
If I was flipping through Gucci magazine, if I was flipping through Vanity Fair magazine or something, and I saw this, I would not even blink. I would be like, that's what I would expect. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's what I would see.
Okay.
Now you created this. Is that crazy or what?
Yeah.
Now for the audience, let's make sure, can we get the crane over here so we can see from above what's going on? I want to keep I want to have a snapshot of what's going on here so we understand how that execution stuff is playing a role here, okay?
Thank you.
Now the execution chart is right here. Let's see. Where's Tyson at? Here, Tyson, come over here for a second. Let's leave everything exactly the same. If you want, just rest your arm for a second, Joe. Just in a second.
Thank you.
Here's what you should probably not do so much. And guys, maybe you can come over here for a sec. Can you stand in front of that wall? Stay just stand and don't even do anything. Just stand. Okay. If we were to take a picture of him right now, is the lighting coming through a direction or is it just kind of flat in his face?
Kind of flat.
Right. But how many of us default to this? We're like, wall, stand in front of it, take the picture.
Yeah.
Compare that to the photo on the screen of Katie. That's just not even in the same level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But why is that? That's where you have to look at the photo and ask yourself, what's going on here and what's going on here? So Juliana, try it out. What's different about this setup than this entire setup with the flash pointing and stuff like that?
Well, first of all, there's this reflector, right? Position, there's the background that's very blah. I mean, a little blah. And there's lights coming straight here instead.
Is the light coming from a very strong direction? Sure it is. It's not just like, it's not like we have the window here and we're just hitting her with a flash, right?
But it's reflecting softly back at her.
Correct, which adds dimension. This is the strong light, hits, and then this side kind of just starts to slightly darker. It adds that three-dimensional look, right? Okay. Notice if you look at Tyson here, they both have simplicity through subtraction. There's nothing in the background of his. And there's nothing in the background of her. Right. So that's kind of even. The difference is the angle Fran took the picture from is she's sitting down, she's sitting down. That's a different perspective than just a stand-up 6-foot perspective. Remember I said at the beginning of today, most of our photos are used to taken from our height?
Right.
By her going down, it already offers a different angle altogether. See?
It's a gorgeous picture.
What's that?
It's a gorgeous picture.
Oh, she looks like, well, she is incredible, but the picture is definitely very well done.
Good job, Fran.
It does. She looks great. But everyone watching online, I want people to realize that this is not that hard. Just follow these little rules right here. The lighting is through direction. The lighting on Tyson is not through direction. It's flat. Yes, they both have simple backgrounds. Now look at those on perspective through lenses. You use the 85 1.2. The 85 is a very good portrait lens. If you would have used the fisheye, it wouldn't have been very good. But also, the lens you used we used it at 2.0 aperture, which adds that depth, and it blurs the background more. Also, she's not standing in front of a wall. That wall's way back there, adding all that depth in the background. Does that make sense? And last but not least, beauty through angles. You had her turn her face away from the camera. It wasn't just a typical shot of Tyson standing in front looking at the camera. Can you look at the camera real quick, Tyson? Here's me. Can you just look at the camera? Oh, that's just not gonna work. Now, Tyson, can you look at the camera? Now look this way. Good. Now bring your chin this way. Now you're starting to add an angle, right? Now drop your weight, so you shift your weight to one of. Now you're starting to increase the angles, right? Yeah. Now tilt your body forward a little bit. There you go. That's very nice. Now bring your eyes slightly low, and bring your chin. There you go. See how it's starting to look more modelly and more. Yeah. You're finessing the photo through this. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto.
You're like gold.
Go, Fran, go.
Go, Fran. Fran is so nervous. He's so funny. That's a pretty darn good photograph of her.
People are asking about if you have rules for cropping hands and different body parts.
Okay, I'm sure that comes from, like, where do you crop the wrists and all these different things, right? I don't lose sleep over it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? People have these little rules, like, there's this way to do it and there's that way to do it, and it's like, it's photography. If it looks good, do it. Now, if you do crop right there, maybe you can try to crop more like right here, so it's not just a hand that's missing. Because if you look at someone without a single hand, you kind of feel bad for them, like, you're like, what happened to you, right? But if you crop their hand here, you just think it's just a photo crop. Let's take a photo of both of them individually by David, by Juliana, and we're not going to show their eyes. We're going to crop down, and we're going to make it look old-fashioned-y, and we're not going to show their eyes. You're going to go like, you're going to crop from the nose down, and I don't care what style you do it. Let me see something. Can I borrow my camera for a sec? Bring your chin up. Bring your chin down. I don't know if this is, I'm gonna just do a quick shot and then I'm gonna show them in the internet something and then you'll do it, okay? I'm not gonna care about the background right now. When you crop the eyes out, you have to be very cautious of the position of the face. Let me show you why. This is not a good crop. Let's take a look and tell me why. What's going on? I'm glad you're laughing because that means you're recognizing things that are wrong right away. Some people would be like, that's perfect. You know what I mean? It's not. What's wrong with this photograph? The nose, we emphasized it. What else? It's straight on. There's nothing cool about it, right? All right, now watch this. Bring your chin down. More. Okay, now I moved her chin down and I cropped the nose out. It's still not a great angle. It's not, still not, there's something missing about it. Hmm? Think about this photo. You're not cropping the eyes. What's the next most beautiful feature of a person's face? The lips. Look at her lips, right? So to show the lips, you have to raise the chin. So now let's try that again. Okay, bring your chin up. Tilt your head a little to the left, a little to the right. Straight on. Chin up more. Stop right there. Okay, now take a look at this. Now we featured her lips in a much more beautiful way. It looks more fashiony right away. Does that make sense? I probably shouldn't have cropped that high, so let me try it again. Okay, that's better. So now where does your attention go? Right into her lips, right? So that's better. So let's try it.
Just try doing the same thing?
No, I want you to create a different look. Maybe try,
Sorry.
try this chair. Okay, you guys, we also have, we can start to play with some of these items. We have the chair, and we have the mirror, and we have all of this stuff going on, right?
Okay.
So let's try to come up with something. Juliana, go ahead and take your photo with the red chair use it somehow
At
against
the wall.
that blue wall.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And start out with Tyson, would you?
Yeah. Come, Tyson.
I say Tyson because with Tyson, you have to bring the chin down. It's a tricky proposition. With guys, you don't want to be like, you know what I'm saying? You need to be more, so she needs to visually see it.
Yeah,
What's
come
that?
like close. Put your.
It's tricky, yeah.
Not that much.
Tricky.
A little bit close. Yeah. Put your arms on top of your. Yeah.
You got it?
So just the crop.
Well, I want you to, we're doing execution chart.
Okay.
So we're doing perspective through angles.
Mm-hmm.
So what angle do you think looks better for you? Can I just adjust things? Okay, move your head up. Do you think that looks, go ahead and look through the camera. Look through the camera.
Yeah.
And just crop his eyes out. Just show from the bottom of his nose down.
Okay.
Now what angle looks better to you? Chin up more? Go ahead and bring your chin up.
Yeah.
Does that look good
Much
to you?
better.
Now bring your chin down.
Nope. Chin up.
Okay, just take it and see what you think. Make sure your settings are right. You want to focus on his lips. Can you focus on his lips? Let me see where the focusing
one
point
on the
is.
jacket.
Yeah, you're on the jacket. I'm gonna put the focusing point in the middle, okay?
Okay.
Now try it on his lips, and then recompose.
Yeah.
Doesn't that look a little feminine? Just a tad feminine. So let's try different angles. That's what we're doing.
Went too high, I think. It's a hard angle to stay.
Okay, now try it with the chin down. Which one looks better, guys? The second one,
Yeah.
right? Now let's, for fun and for the viewers, remember all I'm doing right now is messing with angles, right? The reason why we're cropping the eyes out is to not let us distract us from the angles. Let's do the chin down, and let's have him turn his chin to the left,
Okay.
and then see if adding a bit of a left angle, see if that helps the photograph any better. Good job on the cropping, by the way. It's looking good. Oh, smack, right? Now, this is what happens, this is how you practice. Does that make sense? Now, let's try another one. Go ahead and stay just like that because we like it, right? But now let's mess up the angle of attack from the lens to the subject. Let's lean you back against the chair. Now do the same thing on the side. Now try it. Keep everything as similar as possible.
Okay.
That's not working. Okay, now let me ask you something. Now that we went through this 5-minute cropping the eyes out practice session, if you were to photograph a fashion model or a groom, what angle would you choose? Down and?
So left side.
Did that look the best? Can we put together the photo in the screen again where his chin was down and it was to the left? I love this. Why can't this happen every single day where I just say things? I love creative life. I'm
You have
getting
to
spoiled.
You have to stay here with us in Seattle, you and Kim.
Okay, guys. What I do is I go to my computer, I open this on Bridge, and I make a printout of these little sections. And then I circle with Photoshop, or I print them out and I circle with a Sharpie what's the best and what's not working. Fran, if I ask you to take a photo of Tyson cropping his eyes out, to put the attention more like, let's say, on the clothing or something,
Right.
what angle would you go for the face?
I'll probably from on this side.
Would his chin be down or up?
No, his chin would be down.
See how you just said that right away? You wouldn't have said that 20 minutes ago.
No.
20 minutes ago, I promise you, you would have gone, how am I supposed to know what looks best? Right?
Yeah, it's pretty
Nikki,
accurate.
if you're photographing him and you're cropping his eyes out, that's probably the best angle of attack for his face.
Chin down to the side.
Right there. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you do that, and you do that a bunch of times, like once a week, do a little new technique, and then everybody think you are the one that's talented. Because it's, they think that's talent. They don't know that you just put in the work. Let's take another photo of Katie, and let's try another experiment. Let me see what would be fun.
Well, go ahead.
Oh,
I was just going to say we have some suggestions if you wanted them.
please. I was going to have her lay on the couch because it's complicated, but let's try it. What are some suggestions?
Let's see. The suggestion was from Carolina Strata. Could you show us a little more tricks on posing the hands of the female model on a standing position?
Can I do what?
Hands on the female model on a standing position, and I don't know if that was like just when she's standing, how to pose the hands.
Oh, okay. Well,
But we don't have to do that.
hand position. Yeah, we can just explain. I mean, they already know. You're not gonna do. What are you not gonna do? You're not gonna mirror. You're not gonna do anything. And the hand should be.
No creepy hands. Uneven.
That's it.
There we go.
There you go. There you go. All you gotta do. Watch it. Let's just do it. Let's not just talk about it. Let's put it. Can you put your hands and just gonna go like this in front of your belly button? What is this, like a monastery or something, right? Doesn't work. Now, let's give the hands something to do. Remember that was one of the 21 items? And let's change the level. So, David, go ahead and adjust the hands, my friend.
Thigh. And then shift your weight to that hip, like that. And then turn your shoulders this way. More. Your chin this way. Lower your chin a bit. Eyes that way.
Now, let's grab the hands. Let's grab that left hand, and because it's just kind of steady, let's bend it. So let's move it. So grab your dress and open it a little bit. Now soften the hands. You see how it starts to look more natural? Now let's go back to the bad hand. Go like this again. See, that's not what we want, right? So we want, that's good. And it's good because the fingers are totally soft, right? And the elbows bent a little bit on the side, so you can see the waistline. But this is kind of static.
Okay.
So just like we did the photo yesterday where you add movement to the hand. If it looks static to you, when you go home after this experience, remember, oh, it's static, add motion to it. Watch this. Can you just grab your hair and just move it out? In slow motion. Now the necklace and adjust. Now soften and more slow motion. And now the dress, pull it back and then pull it back in. And now the hair again. And now keep your face the same, don't even move it, and just adjust. And do it again. Look over here. And stop. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do it again, keep going. Necklace. And stop. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you just keep doing this movement. Pay attention. See what flows. If it looks, then it's not working. Who wants to try a difficult photo?
What? Difficult. I don't mind.
You want to try, David?
Yeah.
Okay, coming in. You have the wall, and you have the mirror, and you have the chair. Remember, we actually showed this today on the second segment.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see if we can do something with it. Remember when Tyson was sitting? Mm-hmm. His reflection was showing up, right?
Right.
You have a clean wall, you have this mirror, you have a chair, or you have the ground. You don't have to use the chair.
All right.
What do you want to do? Hey guys, can you come over here too? Can you help him out and put together some ideas and come up? You have all these tools. Look at this. Don't forget the blinds. You can put a flash behind these blinds and create a shadow on that wall, can't you?
Yeah.
Guys, let's get creative with what we have. Okay?
Let's do that.
Okay, let's do that.
I want to do that.
Let's get a flash. Where's Joe? Let's get a flash. So we're gonna put the flash behind there. Let me turn it on for you. Let me put more power here.
Have him sitting on the edge.
Let me zoom in the head.
Can you get to the straddle the chair to see what that looks like? Other way? No, straddle the chair.
Pants are too tight.
And then go like this. Cross your arms.
It's kind of weird. This is better.
But are we doing this flash thing or not?
We're doing the flash thing.
Should he be
But should he be facing?
He should be facing
Don't
this.
be the way. So
Lazy
we're gonna
Susan,
turn it.
the whole chair.
Yeah, let's turn the whole thing around.
Remember the light has to kind of, somehow his face needs to be directed towards the light. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so now that light's coming from this window, it's gonna probably create some sort of shadow, right? Actually, the shadow will be pretty soft. Do you know why?
It's too far
The
away.
flash is too close to the window.
Yeah.
The flash would have to be further, and that will make the shadow more like the shape of the blinds. Okay? I know that because I practice. You see what I mean? That's how you know these things. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to change the angle.
Do you want to use the mirror now?
Yeah, I want to use it. I want to use the
So
mirror,
we need to
but
clear out all this extra stuff.
I want to change the angle.
Do you want a reflector over here?
I think so.
The white one, the big white thing?
Yeah. I don't want to get the painting, so picture. So I can just get the blank wall.
You're getting both of them, right?
Do you want this one?
Like this.
Do you want the white or the grey? It's white or grey.
You want to make a wall so we don't get any of this? Is that what you want to do?
I want to shoot like this. I want to get the.
That's not showing up in the reflection, is it?
It's not.
I'm trying to frame it
Is
with
it?
the mirror.
It's not.
Let's hurry up, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Can I get that
Let's try and
camera?
then we
Sounds
can-
cool.
I see Nikki's brain turning. I see it turning.
I'm just trying to see the angle that he's at.
Yeah,
There's just a lot
lot
in the
going on.
way. Do you want me to
You can
clear
change
some
the
of that
lens
out,
too, but we
David?
have a 50.
Okay.
change it?
No, actually.
Do you want me
use
to
it.
move? Can you see the apples or the painting or anything? Do you want me to move anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I want to get a wider
50 millimeter?
angle.
You got it?
You want a 50 or a 35?
35. Thanks.
Try the 50 because I already have it.
Okay.
Otherwise, I have to go back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's done.
It's like such a far walk.
Yeah.
I was like,
Go ahead, my friend.
Want to close it?
Where do you want his eyes?
hands.
And
Yeah, that.
all right. Can you look at her, please? I don't know what I'm doing.
Did you check your settings after you took the picture?
No, I didn't. I didn't know.
Oh.
What's this?
Let's make this black and white. Let me see something. Try it again. Can we improve this? Absolutely.
Can you look at over that camera?
Nervous for it.
You know, we're all just trying things. That's good. What is this wall over here? This wall is that wall on his. Is that the shoulder over there? Is that wall over there?
Yeah.
Is that the corner? So why don't you put Katie over there, and then you have one in the mirror and one not in the mirror, and you start to add elements of interest.
Yeah.
Also, you could have used the mirror. You could have put the mirror by the wall, and you could have put him here,
Okay.
right? Take it from there. No, I'm sorry. Take it from there, and you get the reflection of the mirror and the wall in the back. Let me explain. Kind of like what I did on that one wall, remember?
All right.
So here, Joe, just take a break for a second. Let me see something. Okay, come over here, Tyson. So we can put this here. Right?
Yeah.
His face, he could be sitting here, and now you have this in the reflection, and the picture's starting to form right there.
Behind him here, and he could
What's
be
that?
looking in. I said Katie could be behind him.
Or next
Katie would be there, right?
Next to the mirror, yeah.
Oh.
Shoot it to the mirror.
So part of the photo, here, Katie, come this way.
So parts reflection, parts of human. Because
Right.
So Katie would be there, right? And you see Katie in real life, or you see the reflection.
Okay.
That'll be
Got it.
Of him.
Put it in the corner, on that side.
I'm gonna get. All right.
She could be like.
Another
in the
cool thing
mirror,
would be,
cool.
because she's got the super sexy dress going on, you want to emphasize the legs, right? So maybe photograph in a way that you show his face, but only her legs. Does that make sense? So you're starting to add that mystery. Where do those legs come from? They come from this, but you can't see it. And that is anticipation, right?
yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Can I get you to slide the chair this way a little bit?
So do whatever it takes to just show the legs and show his entire like face and stuff.
Is her hand good like that?
Yeah.
We're just gonna show the legs.
Oh.
Okay. So we're starting to add cool elements, right?
Yeah.
Now, what do we need to do to fix this? Obviously,
him
we have
out
a
of
lot
the
of problems.
picture.
See, look at this, guys. Take a look how the shadow is starting to form of the blinds.
Yeah.
So we're using that. Cool. That's kind of cool, right? We have this super sexy videographer right in the background. That's working out really well. That's you, my friend. You're the sexy one. We need to put light on him, and we certainly need to put light on her.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's add another flash and put it behind her.
Okay.
So her legs will be backlit. So add another flash, and I'm sure Aaron is like, I said 10 minutes. Let's see.
I think we should switch the mirror to the corner.
Look at this. Just say switch the mirror.
Oh, I don't even know yet. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, we need to change the angle of it.
I know. What if we like put it in the corner? You know, so it's like moving.
Put a backdrop here and then put her on that side.
Yeah.
Where is my
It's true.
She's not in the corner.
She's in trouble.
my lens case? Yeah.
She's got her cornered.
I think it's right here.
Oh, yeah, true.
Right.
That's so cool.
I believe I'm gonna.
Yeah. No, I'm looking for the flash stand.
Okay.
You have the flash stand?
Can I get you to
Okay, that's fine.
angle the chair, kind of like swivel this way? No, other way. Yeah, keep going.
You have a flash stand for
Yeah.
Canon?
that's-
It's on the flash
good.
cases and
And then slide that way. A bit. Okay.
my legs are gone that way.
You're good that way. What? Yeah, his back is fine. I just wanted to block out. More. Trying to see if I can use it to block out the television. More.
Wait, in front of me.
More.
Sorry, made a mistake. The flash is pointing towards her legs. You don't want that. You want it to be pointing towards the wall. You're trying to create separation between the legs. So
Since we're getting under the legs, how about if we shoot it downwards? Roberto?
yeah,
How about she holds it and we shoot it downwards, because that flash is going to show up in the picture. If
Is
she
it?
since we're not shooting
try to hide it with her leg. Can you? Can you hide it with this?
it's still going to show, you know, because it's kind of...
It's just kind of hard to try it because it's hard to hold it from them.
We'll
All right.
Photoshop later. Don't worry.
That's not the point.
Should I move the flash a little?
Let's try that.
Let me see just what it looks like. We're just trying to separate, right? It's starting to look pretty cool.
Yeah.
We have, maybe we should get that mirror closer to her legs. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So,
Can you hide the flash behind the mirror?
and I would change the aperture so her legs are in focus as well.
How do you choose the aperture of this? This way.
Where's the shadow light? It's being cast from the blind.
Larger, high aperture. And shutter speed.
It's right here. You can only go up to 250, so you have to change the,
Okay.
or the ISO.
I don't want to go up because it's increasing the apertures. I mean, just making the aperture smaller is going to
I just increased the ISO though, so now it's kind of compensating.
Okay.
It may still be a little dark, but we'll see.
Can you move this way some more, please? I want you to block that TV. Okay. Got it. Nice. Just look up at her.
She should look like this more. She should go like this more.
Let me see, it's gonna be kind of crazy looking, I'm sure now. Dude,
Pretty cool.
dude.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, right? Yeah. Okay, that's the shot. Now, the only suggestion I have is to get the light to go through his eyes instead of the shadow going through his eyes, you see? But we have to go on break, but I want to stop on this note, but I want to just explain, we're using the tools, even the little fake blinds, to create that. Look at the, let me see that camera real quick. Let's turn off the flashes. Let me show you something interesting. This is what I do all the time to kind of see the contrast. I'm gonna just Watch out. I'm going to move over here. This is what I do to kind of see what we did. You don't have to model anything. You're good. In fact, just stand up next to her. Stand up next to her, just normal. Just lean against, or can you insert in front of that ottoman thing? Yeah, that's good enough, yeah. Okay. Give me a second, let me erase that. Let me erase that photo. And let me go to this. Okay, let's look at this photo real quick. Okay, take a look at the TV screen. Now, can we put the black and white, the cool photo next to it, compare the two? Not that one, the other one, yeah, the cool one, yep. Let's do two together. Look this is the transformation of objects in the scene. This is what people would pay for. Look at the photo on the right. It's just not doing anything for you, but you can see the ingredients clearly. The picture on the left is through brainstorming through the entire chart, location, posing, and execution.
Yeah.
This is
it. I love it.
Simple.
I just love this.
So guys, that's a round of applause, I think, for that one, because that's really cool. You see the legs, you see his face, but you don't get to see the whole thing of either of them. It's so photographically using your photography skills to create art. Those are the ingredients, okay? So really great job, and I hope more of you try this at home. It's pretty fun actually, so it's not like it's a boring job, you know? So yay, all right.
And this is exactly why I love this course, because this photo shows, you would look at the photo in black and white and think, oh, this person's so incredibly creative and they just magically see the most incredible things. And you're showing us that it's actually practice and technique. It's not talent and creativity. It's actually, you have a map.
Step by step.
That's just incredible.
Yeah. And you know what's fun about this is those blinds, if you don't think about those blinds as a possible ingredient, you would have never thought, I can create shadows. Remember the shadow chart. In the shadow section of my chart is use the shadows that are already there or create the shadow. We used the blinds because we created a shadow, remember? We used the mirror as a reflective device. We used her real legs as a little extra what do you call it, like a teaser. We use his face, he looks so cool. The blinds are going right through his eyes. It adds all this mystery to the photograph. And when somebody sees that picture on the left, no one's gonna say, you don't know what the heck you're doing. Unless they have a problem with you. See what I mean? So this is why this is such a fun, it's just fun experience. This is why we like photography, because you can do things like this. Don't be satisfied with the obvious, transform it. This is like, again, like food items. These are your ingredients, transform them into something that doesn't look anything of like what you see with your naked eye. Try that at home, 10 minutes, you'll see how these things start to come to you. Why do you think this kind of started coming to me? I've done it so many times, it's just doing it. It's not talent, it's just doing it. Same thing with his chin down. Before you even took that picture of the chin down, I already told him the best photo was gonna be with the chin down. I already knew that because I've done it. With her, she's a girl, you wanna emphasize the lips, so you chin up to show the upper lip better. The upper lip's sexy. Upper lip is always sexier than the bottom lip in photographs. Look at Gucci advertisements, it's always like the upper lip. See? So let's go on break. Anything we need to do?
This is just an incredible exercise. I'm like, yay, I love this.
Yay.
Do you want to take a quick one question before we go to
Yeah, I'll
break?
take as many as you
Okay,
want.
we'll just ask one. CC Liz says, I notice when posing the models, most of the times they are being asked to look away. Is there a specific time or scenario when it's better to look directly at the camera or when it is better for the model to look away? Do you have any guidelines for that?
Sure,
or?
of course. If you want to create a portrait where you're connecting with them directly in a strong manner, you have to look at you. If you're trying to create a sense of how do you call that? When you're not attached, you're disattachment. Detached, but you still get to see them, but it's in a less personal level. Then you have them look away, right? Today in the morning, I showed pictures of the bride yesterday, and I had her either close her eyes, so you get to see her soul, but she cannot see you, and it creates that personal feeling. When then she's looking at me, and I only showed half of her face, you get to see a part of it, but then you wonder what the other part looks like. So that's a whole different feeling, and she was looking at the camera. The third was she was looking at the camera, and I showed both sides of her. I showed both eyes, and I just angled her, and I showed her in a different angle altogether. The photo of her when I posted through those little wooden square frames, and she was just walking away, and we had a backflash hitting her. That's a voyeuristic. How do you say that?
Voyeuristic.
Voyeuristic photo where you kind of sneaked in this little moment. She just happens to be walking, and you captured it, and you see her beauty, but it's like through a sneaky Pip and Tom point of view. Is that right? Is that Pip and Tom? When you're like, right? Yeah. If I'm taking a photo of Katie and I want to make a strong statement, I will just have her look straight down at me, like chin down, eyes up. Look at the photo I took at the cover of my book. If that doesn't explain it, I don't know what does. Right? Now look at the photo I took with a white wall with a bride in the back there. That's a photo where she's not looking at me, but all the other elements are there to create interest, and she looks beautiful and incredible. And the shadow plays this game with you, with your eye visually. That wall was a flat wall like this. It was just a flat wall. And look how I transformed it. Those trees on the right side, on the right photo there, that was just a bunch of little trees on the left and a bunch of little trees on the right. When I was driving to the location where I was going to get married, I didn't just drive by the trees. I thought patterns, repetitions, color family. Oh, perfect, take a picture. So I went way far away, and I zoomed in, and I created this moment. None of them are looking at me because they're not supposed to be connecting with me for this. They're connecting with each other, right? That's why I said to you yesterday, please imagine the photograph before you take it. What feeling do you want to create? Don't just take it and hope. Think about it. When I saw this tree shot, I said, I wanted this moment in the trees by themselves. They're enjoying each other. Bam, let's do it. Okay? For this photo, I said, no, your eyes are incredible. You're going to look at me. I'm going to put a sense of mystery into your face by putting a veil, not the veil, but the bottom of your wedding dress. We're holding her entire wedding dress above her head. That's the bottom of her wedding dress. And we added mystery that way. Now you look at the television screen of the photos we just took, and we added mystery using simple fake blinds, a chair, a wall, a mirror, and very, very clever placement of the flashes. Let's go out on a strong note. Let's tie all these things together, and let's make sure that not only you guys feel like encouraged or whatever right now, but let's make sure that it lasts. Let's make sure you actually learn how to upkeep this kind of thinking for years to come, okay? Because like I tell everybody that comes to workshops, it's fantastic that you come, it's fantastic that you're listening and you're paying attention. But if you don't go home and continue what you're learning, you might as well not have come at all. Like, you're just going to forget. And I assume if you're sitting there watching on your computer, you're probably pretty serious about photography and you want to improve, you want to make build a business out of this. So let me explain to you something that a lot of people have asked, is how do you practice these things and how do you do your own upkeep? Now you all have little notebooks and pieces of, something to write with, right? I'm gonna go and show you what I do, and then I'm gonna ask you, and maybe you guys online watching, go ahead and try to do the same thing that I'm gonna ask them to do, and I'll explain that in a minute, not right now, but I'll have you guys go through the same process that I go through every single wedding. Sounds good? So this kind of stuff means a lot to me. They're just silly slides, but they are powerful slides for me, and they're sort of emotional, just because these little slides, even though they're super silly, have been responsible for my progress. And if it wasn't for my progress, I wouldn't have been able to stay as a photographer. I would have had to go do something else, right? So these slides, I take them very seriously and very personal. And they're actually probably the silliest of all slides. Here's a typical practice session I actually did. This is in the building, near the building where I live, and I saw this little hallway. And because every time I walk into a bride's room, it's always this hotel, right? And the hotel has these hallways with the doors on the left and on the right. So part of my mentality is I want to be able to study the segments that are in every section of the wedding that I work on. Let me make sense out of that. If I show up at a hotel room where the bride is getting ready, what are the elements that are pretty constant in every hotel room? Bed, walls, paintings with a glass, okay, a glass cover, right? Usually mirrors, usually lamps.
And blinds.
Blinds. Sometimes colorful walls, sometimes, depending on the hotel. Like I travel a lot to different countries. I've seen blue and orange and stuff like that. And when you walk to the hotel room, usually you see the hallways and stuff, right? So I wrote a list of these kinds of items, like hallway. What happens with the wedding dress usually? What does the wedding dress usually stand when you walk into a room? It's kind of on the hanger, right? Sitting by the window, right? So I wrote a little list on my notebook, and I put bride getting ready or groom getting ready. And I wrote a list of all the items that I pretty much see in every hotel room constantly. And then I developed a little practice session throughout for each one of them, okay? These practice sessions do not take a long time. They took me about 5 minutes. I would say 10 minutes on average. Let's take a look at one. Here's my 15-minute hallway session. How does that look to you?
Like a hallway.
Like a hallway. How exciting can you do this? Can we transform this like we transformed the corner of this room? You sure can.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at one thing that I did. I didn't have models, so I busted out my broom and my dustpan. My broom and my dustpan became my models for the day. They do not complain. They are not high maintenance. You don't have to feed them, and they are free. Perfect combo, right?
And they're skinny. I'm just kidding.
And they're what? They're skinny. I told myself I have to come up with a creative way to photograph this broom, and I have to come up with some techniques so when I see another hallway, I have 3 to 5 little tools in my head that I can implement in this little hallway. Does that make sense? So here's what I did. I put the broom and the dustpan, and do you see how there's a little bit of a reflection on the paint on the floor?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool, so I made a note. Okay, another thing is, there's a light source coming from the other side of the hallway coming in, so I made another note. That's a contrasting lighting situation, which is a very common one, right? And then I thought, how can I use that light in the back to create something special in the hallway? Now this may sound really crazy and anal, but again, I'm gonna repeat myself here. That's what it takes to do well. For every time you do this, there is 30 million other photographers not doing it at all, just complaining that they're not making money. Okay? Now, I put the broom and the dustpan on the other side, and I thought, this does not look good. This is not showing my broom and my dustpan as well. So make mental notes. Okay? Then I switch it. And this is, remember that photo on the first day? Remember when I showed the photo of the bride walking down that staircase and I zoomed out and all of that craziness? That came from this exercise. So I saw the hallway, I put the broom and the dustpan, and I couldn't come up with anything too cool. So I put the camera on slow shutter, and I tried using my camera's techniques. Like you have shutter speed, aperture, ISO. These are the things you have, and lenses, right? So I put it on slow shutter speed, and I zoomed out when I took the photo, and it created this like explosive look. And I said, mental note, Hallway looks pretty cool when it's exploding. Explosive look on the hallway looks pretty cool. Especially when there's a light source, like a bright light source. It looks like it's like that's like the ground zero of like some sort of explosion or something. It's like the bright side, and then it kind of goes out into darkness. Does that make sense? Really cool. I made a mental note that this was my favorite of all the other 3 photos I took. The next one, I put my teddy bear, and I thought I'll try to put a flash behind it. You know how much I've been using my flashes here? You also noticed how well I've been able to use my flashes and how creative I've been able to use them. Well, this is where it comes from. It comes from me shooting the teddy bear, and I'm trying to blow out the hallway. So I was trying to even out the light from the darkness to the brightness, okay? Turns out I didn't like it, but at least you make a mental note. Then I have the maintenance man for the building came around, and I borrowed him for a second, and I said, dude, please come over here for a split second. Can I borrow you? He goes, what's going on? Now he runs from me. He runs away from me whenever he sees me. I was like, can you stand there, please? So I made him stand on the left, and I just tried to experiment again. What happens if you put someone on the edge of the hallway instead of in the middle of the hallway?
Just too far away.
And I made mental notes. I put him behind, and I thought that looked pretty cool because now I added 2 flashes. One flash is pointing towards the maintenance man, another flash is pointing towards the camera. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And I thought it's starting to look kind of interesting, right? See how we're transforming the hallway? Then I put him in front, and I was just like, kind of like the other one better. Then I put a red gel, and I tried to make the hallway red. And I wanted to know what that would look like. But do you see how the light on the flash spills a little bit of white because the gel wasn't covering the whole flash? Well, that gave me the idea to maybe have 1 flash with no gel and 1 flash with a gel. Does that make sense? So now I put the one that doesn't have a gel is towards the maintenance man, and the one that has the gel is pointing towards the camera, but the one that's pointing towards him is too weak. So then I increase the power, and I increase the power. You see that? And now this is doing 2 things. It's teaching you how you can change the look of the hallway, but most importantly, it's making you familiar with the buttons in your flash to change the power. Right? Yeah. A lot of times I ask someone, could you change the flash to manual, 3/4, and zoom the head at 75 millimeters? They're like, what? And I'm like, how long have you been shooting? 22 years. And do you know where the on switch is? No. Just kidding. You know what I mean though, right?
Yeah.
By you doing these things makes you like think fast. When I was doing the photo shoot of the corner, didn't I change my flash to the wall and I said, I made a mistake, I have to turn it towards the wall because I need to backlight the legs and all these different things. These are just tools. So I kept going.
He's a nice maintenance guy.
He's very cool. And by the way, he got very comfortable later. Look at this. Huh? Like he started really getting comfortable. I mean, after like, a few minutes, he was just like, okay, I can do this. I was like, dude, you're on fire right now. But look how I'm changing I'm making that thing go from a white hallway to a red hallway, right? That was the setup. That's what it looked like. That's my teddy bear, there's my broom or whatever. But this is the kind of look you can get. I just made a joke, okay, with the crowns. But you can see that hallway looks very different from the previous shot.
I know.
And you're training your brain to do 2 things. Transform what you're seeing, like what I did here, and also become very familiar with your tools, okay? That's what you started with. That's kind of what you end with. Now, the wedding I shot in Hawaii, let me back out of this. Let me see if I can, where is that photo? I'll go to it later, okay? Then I went to the wedding and I saw the staircase. Now you can see the resemblance between the staircase and that hallway. My brain was like, bingo, I know exactly what I want to do here. I'm going to turn this photo black and white, like I did with a lot of these photos today. I'm going to put the shutter on slow shutter. I'm going to zoom out as the bride walks down the aisle. Down the staircase, and I'm gonna make this explosive feel, and it's gonna look sick, and I'm gonna do it in 5 seconds. right? And it's got symmetry, patterns, geometry, balance, light contrast, light coming into darkness, right? And there's the photo from the result of that practice session. So yeah, it is a broom and a dustpan, but it sure paid off, right? Because this photo, when people saw this, they're like, that's really cool. And the best part, when I show my clients my photos, I don't just show them the final, I show them what I did with the staircase. Because you want to create a contrast in their mind. When a client sees that you transform that into that, they are like, this guy can do anything. No matter where I go, no matter where we go, no matter if it's raining, sunny, beautiful place, awful place, this guy is like MacGyver. He's going to make it happen. Okay? This is creating contrasts in the brain. And I don't know if I'll have time to talk much about the brain and all how that works for that anymore, but contrasts are one of the things your brain needs to make a decision, not to think about making a decision. If you give people, you want the brain to say, I'm going to make the decision. You don't want your brain to be thinking about making it. When you see something like this, your brain says, I need to hire this person. But if you only show them the beautiful photos, even though you may be good, you're not giving them the contrast the brain needs. Does that make sense? Okay, let's move on to my other one with the bananas and the teddy bear. I'm sure people online are like, oh my God, here he comes with the bananas.
We actually have a regular in the lounge named Bananas, so they were saying.
Oh, really? There it is.
There you are, Bananas.
There it is.
There you are.
So I put the bananas on a light stand because I wanted to create contrast of lighting between a silhouette and a perfectly lit banana. Does that make sense? And then I tried it the other way, and I just kept making experiments. This took me about maybe 20 minutes or 30 or something like that. And I started playing around with the different lighting situations. I put a flash on the banana. Here's the results from that. This is the banana out of focus instead of the banana in focus. Which one do you like more?
The banana focus.
Banana in focus?
Yeah.
See, now you know that because you saw the photo. So if you're going to have a situation where you have the bride by the window and the groom away from the window, you're going to have the same situation. Who would you focus on? The bride. Because if you focus on the groom, the banana goes out of focus and basically the bride goes completely out and you don't know what he's looking at. Is that fair? Mm-hmm. Now I turned the teddy bear towards that side and I said, this looks like he's not interested in the banana. He doesn't like the banana. It's a perfectly good banana. He doesn't want it. So why should I photograph the bride and the groom in those positions? It's like they're not interested in each other. Right? That was my favorite photo. The banana in focus by the window, the groom in silhouette looking kind of in her direction. Pretty cool. I go to a wedding in Mexico, we're shooting, I see this doorway, I'm like, doorway has light, I can put the light by the bride, it's inside a room, the room is dark, silhouette, so I put the groom in the back, and then we took this photo.
What a pretty banana.
What a pretty banana. But when I walked into this room, it was like this. Ooh, door. Oh, groom, stand over here. Bride, stand over there. Bride, look over here. Groom, look at that way. Change the settings to focus for the bride and expose for the bride. Take the picture. Let's move on to the next photograph. And they were just like, I showed them the photo. They were like, what is wrong with you? Right? And I was like, you don't know what I do Monday through Friday. You're just seeing the results of my hard work. And the best part, you're seeing me perform, not hope. When I took this photo, I wasn't like, oh my gosh, look at this. Because I already knew what it was gonna look like. Remember the first day I said that football player that made the touchdown and he started celebrating for half an hour and then he got kicked out of the game? And the coach was like, you're out of here. And the guy's like, why? I just made a touchdown. And I said, because you made us look like fools. You made us look like that's the first time we've ever had a touchdown. Your photos should be touchdowns all the time. So when you have a shot like this, you should expect it. not be like jumping up and down that you have finally, you took a good photo. Look, there's a miracle, people. I took a good photo. It looks cool. Okay.
I'm so lucky today.
What's that?
I'm so lucky today.
Yeah, today is the day. Go buy a lottery ticket fast. There's the practice session. That's what you're going to get. There is the implementation of the practice session. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Wedding dress, typical wedding dress photo. You have the wedding dress. The wedding dress is just sitting there by the hanging somewhere. But remember that banana and the teddy bear shot? Let's use it again. But this time with only one person. This is why it's like multi-level, okay? Okay, take a look at this movie and enjoy the results and compare it to the banana and the teddy bear photo. The dress is the banana, the bride is the teddy bear. Do you see it? See how the dress is laid by the window?
More to the left, so keep looking more at me. There you go, that's it. Chin down more.
Same thing. Cool, right? The bride is the groom, the bride is the teddy bear. The dress just became in the place of the banana. Not only that, remember I said to frame with people? So I'm using her to frame as well. Multi-level photography, okay? Now you understand how these things keep getting implemented in all these stuff. This was the hallway. I was just like, I didn't have that light in the back, so I just made it with my flashes.
Do you have 2 flashes there?
I only had one, and I had it at pretty full power.
On the back?
In the back. Because remember that hallway photo, it was in the back? That light source, the sun, was coming from the back? Look at this one. That was in the mirror, that was in the hallway, that mirror. And I didn't just have the bride look at the mirror and she's like looking at herself like, ooh, there I am. I told her, that's a cool mirror, I'm not gonna waste it, but I gotta make it look like it's photojournalistic, right? So I again asked, actually my wife was the one assisting me at this wedding. My wife was putting the flash behind her to illuminate her, and I had the bride count how many little whatever was on the wall, so her brain was occupied counting something, so she wasn't looking and posing for me. So that's why it looks kind of like she's counting something. What I'm saying is, get their brain away from the photo, away from the lens, and make them focus on something else, and you're gonna get a believable face expression, okay? Remember when the maintenance man was sitting on the side when he started getting comfortable? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
You see how that's starting to come? You can barely see my wife in the back too. You see a little bit of her dress right in the back. See that? That's her in the back there. So the maintenance man guy really helped me out create all these photographs.
I love that.
Beautiful, right? Now when I saw this location looked like nothing but a big mesh of green and trees and nothing special. And when we were driving, I saw that little branch from far away, and I told the chauffeur guy, I was like, stop! And he was like, why? Because that stupid little trunk was creating a perfectly good frame. And that little trunk was allowing me to put some order in a chaotic, full of bush and tree situation. Does that make sense? So I had the bride, I had a wireless flash in this photo as well. That wireless flash was over here. It was like right there, and that's why I had her turn her face towards the left. So I said, grab your dress so your elbows are doing something, and then turn to the left. I had her walking, not posing, so there's that movement that creates that photojournalistic feel. Not to mention, this is framing her beautifully, and these trunks are pointing your eye right to it. It's like little leading lines into her, okay? Look at all these, this kind of believable expressions. Who wouldn't want this in your wedding, right? This comes from what I said on day 1. Be silly for 2 seconds for a picture that will last a lifetime. And then I was just like, ah! And I had to do more, and then they start laughing at me because I sound dumb, and then boom, I get the picture. But when you show them the photo, they shut up. You know, they're like, oh, smack, you know what I mean? Do you recognize the symmetrical posing on the groom here? Do you see the little pieces of light kind of lighting up on the top left corner of the photo? That came from a little lamp. What you don't see is that also comes from my video light, my assistant's video light, pointing it at it. So you have a wall, but I transformed the wall into something of interest. Okay? Oh, this is a good one. This came from, again, using my teddy bear. When I was sleeping at night, I saw that the blinds in my bedroom were in the higher floors, and the lights from the street were shining into my blinds and creating the same shape of the blinds into the ceiling. So then I thought, that's pretty cool. Now all I have to do is put the bright in the ceiling, and I can totally make it work, right? So I went that night, I put my teddy bear on my light stand, and I put the flash teddy bear was here, light stand, I put the flash there, and I photographed it from here, and I had a ceiling, and I wanted to create that silhouette of the teddy bear in the ceiling, and I did it for about 30 minutes until I got the settings right, made a mental note, and then when I went to this wedding, I said, hey guys, let me just take one quick picture. The groom is like, no, we want to keep dancing. I was like, it will take 2 minutes. They're like, I'll give you 1 minute. I was like, perfect, I only need 30 seconds because I already know what I'm doing. So then I went over there, I put the settings from the mental notes, I saw the ceiling, and I just flipped the image into the ceiling. So it creates this silhouette, okay? A big shout out real quick to you guys one more time. I want everyone in the audience to see this photograph again and remember the photos that we took from here after a bit of training with locations on how to break them down. Remember, David? Does this look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Would you say it's fair to say that you would look at a location like that totally different than 3 days ago?
I would, definitely.
Really? Do you think would you say that's fair? Would you, Nikki? What about you, friend? Would you look at this location and be like, I can rock 50 photos right here?
Completely, yeah.
You can see how this is chaotic, but you can see how we can make sense out of it now, right? I mean, look at this. Who would have thought those two poles were a perfectly good frame?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that awful looking thing that looks like it's falling apart created that beautiful work of art, little window, like, remember that? All that stuff that we were doing? Compare that, oh, I look good there. Just kidding. Compare that to that, and compare that other photo to that, and you start to transform yourself, okay? Anyway, in closing, it has been a wild ride for everybody. For me, really tiring. And for you, I have been so happy to see a transformation in your skill level, and most importantly, a transformation in your mentality about what it takes to get to a high level. I think that's probably the most important thing that we're gonna get out of this. No longer have to worry again about taking photos that look like this, which is what I did on my second wedding. I thought, this is so cool. Now I realize it looks like they all needed to go to the restroom. There was no restroom available. They found one in the middle of the road.
Bridesmaids.
Oh dear.
Okay, look at the trash in the trash can, the cars. Somebody please help me, right? But now we went from this, which is something I did at the beginning of my career, and be able to put it all together, all the ingredients, and be able to transform the ingredients into something powerful. Okay, and it turns out to look something like this. Look at that awful light. I brought the car over to the left, and I had the car drive as fast as possible to pick up the dust, and that dust was going to get reflected by the sun hitting through the trees and create this drama in the entire location. So the guy didn't even know why I was asking him, but I just told him to do it. I walked back behind the trees because I was using the trees as a framing device, because two trees make a frame, right? So I had him go. I told the bride and groom to walk. I had my wife hold a wireless flash. I stood behind the trees. All this practice kind of comes together into a big, crazy finale, and you get a photo that looks like that from a photo that just most people would have just said, I don't even know what to do here, or I would have put them in the middle and have them kiss. This is the power of a little bit of practice, a little bit of effort, and just putting the courage there, you know, just do it. You know, and I think this is a powerful, powerful lesson for everybody. So, there it is. I think I am officially finished with Creative Life, and I've had the best time. So thank you.
So I know. So I've been wrangling Roberto all weekend. You can probably tell he has a tendency to run around a little bit. But no, it's been good. It's been really, really good, and I think we found a good balance. But anyways, so I have the honor of doing the thank yous. So I'd like to start with B&H. B&H, huge sponsor, has been with us for a long time. All the gear at the bottom of the course page links you to the B&H webpage for those specific gear items. So that's great. And then our normal sponsor, Borrow Lenses, Cobalt, Tether Tools, and Kessler provides a lot of the gear that we use here and help make this entire thing possible. And then Glazers, big shout out to Glazers. They are a rental shop down the street, and they help us out with most of the stuff that we use for sets, and also tons of last minute things that we piece on top for these productions. I'm going to turn it over to Roberto, and you can talk a little bit about some of the sponsors who are involved.
My business wouldn't be where it's at would it not be for these amazing companies that have not only do a great job with producing great products, but they also give me great service, and they have been supporting me from kind of a long time. So I really want to thank them. Triple School Music is especially important to me just because I'm a musician, right? Or I used to be, more like it used to be. So as a musician, I know that when you work really hard to put music together and compose it and perform it, you should be compensated for that when people use your songs for your own, to make your own money, right? So if you buy a song from Triple School Music, you get a lifetime of rights to use that photo with unlimited uses, and you have it for the rest of your life, those rights. So it's a licensing company. Nik Software has been my filter of choice from day one. Nik Software just has the most advanced, most easy, most fused photo filters with Photoshop, just work seamlessly with that software, and they have been great. Of course, Think Tank Photo is my bag of choice. I have their airport security too, is a killer bag. I don't know if you have it, but it's killer, and pretty much all my small bags are all Think Tank Photo. They have really smart pocket designs, and they just really think things through. Therefore, Think Tank. See, it's pretty good. Pictage has been my company of choice for a long time for image hosting, and whenever I have a wedding, I put it up on Pictage, and I make quite a bit of good extra cash from the sales that my clients, family, and friends buy from Pictage directly. So that's really nice. I already spoke about Fundy. It's a great album building and blog to make it all really easy to do. Gary Fong obviously transformed the way you can use your flash and to even out light to not create shadows in weird places. The Gary Fong Light Sphere and many of the Gary Fong products have really given you some pretty cool tools to change the way the light looks on your flash. So that's pretty nice. White House Custom Color, I love them. Best customer service you'll ever have in a lab in the world. I mean, it's seriously a great company. They have every product you can imagine, from really cool way to display your price lists to clients that is different, to metal prints, to canvases, to acrylics, to whatever you want. They are an amazing lab. And of course, Graphic Studio, my album company of choice, who have been with me and supported me for a long, long time. They have just really beautiful paper choices that look very elegant, and they go really, really well with my style of photography. And they have now in 2011 and 2012 added a whole plethora of new covers, and they have this swatch book that you can show your clients, and it has everything right there. So Graphic Studio has been great.
And to add to that, Pictage went out of their way and made prints for each of our students here today. And I actually have those with me right now. So
Pictage, thank you.
I know a lot of you guys are traveling home, so I kept them in the plastic wrap for you. But yeah, is that Fran? Here, why don't you run up here and grab them from me?
Isn't Pictage awesome? How nice of them, right? It's really cool. Thank you, Pictage, for doing that very much.
This one.
Let me see. Oh no, that's nice. Nikki, that's funny. Let me see what you guys have. Oh, cute. Are those your kiddos? Yeah. Oh, love. Are those your? Oh my gosh, look at your family. Let me see your photo right there. Let me see that real quick. Oh my goodness. How beautiful. Oh. Hey, I see patterns and repetitions. I see single color, and I see same color palette. Good job.
That wasn't me. That took I'll have to give credit to Heather Nan.
See, now you have to tell her, hey.
So Pictage also wants to let you know that they're going to give you all 6 months of Pictage Pro plus Shoot Q Hub and a sample pack. That's a $1,000 value. So
That's
each
huge.
of you guys are going to get that. Yeah, each one of you guys get that. So you get a 6-month of Pictage Pro and Shoot Q Hub and a sample pack from Shoot. Yeah. So yeah, exciting.
Pictage went all out. They also printed all these things for me.
Yep.
These photographs were printed by Pictage as well, as a little backdrop. See, they're nice, right?
Yeah, they're nice. We love them.
That's why I work with them.
To continue the thanks, I know Pictage is fantastic. So Landmark Event Center, I know Kenna and Susan mentioned that while we were there. I just want to give them another big shout out. We only touched the tip of the iceberg with where you actually saw us at there. There's a lot of space to use. They have 190 different rooms. It's a fantastic space, and they're awesome to work with. So we wanted to give them a big shout out, because whether it's events or photography, they are big supporters of the art. So. Belltown Brides, they provided the dress that Kesia was wearing yesterday, which was gorgeous, and also the reason why I didn't want her to sit down, because they I wanted to get it back to them nicely. I know, I'm sorry. But they got to throw the challenges out there, right? That's how that works. And they also provided the dress for a couple of other times, so just wanted to give them a big shout out. Photo assistants, Julia Bruck and Joseph Lambert. Joe is who you saw today. Julia is who we had on yesterday. You never saw Nakoma, but she was behind the scenes doing the wonderful hair and makeup. So you can thank her for our models looking fantastic. And then the students.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
So Roberto, I got to turn the tables here a little bit and have you critique this photo.
I love it. It's perfect.
It's perfect.
How we learned from you. We wanted to put together.
Check out Fran on the top. Like, what's going on with Pepe over here? Oh my gosh, David's doing the whole like Karate Kid thing going on. Oh my gosh. Mallory, why? And Nikki's about to shoot the sky, and looks like she's about to shoot Fran as well. Or maybe Pepe in the butt, something.
Oh wow. So I wanted to give a big shout out to the students here. This was a very, very interactive workshop, and it wouldn't be possible without you guys. And all you guys were fantastic to work with. I thought you guys took direction really, really well. And
Can I have this photo?
yeah, we can give you this photo.
I want it on canvas.
Okay. We can probably figure that out.
Dash, can you do that for me? Like Dash is like, no, we can't. Of course you can.
Even put it in front of the gazebo.
And you
for you.
framed them.
It's pretty good.
Oh, this picture makes me sad. It's the end.
This is the end. I
This
hate
is
to
the
say it.
end. Dun dun dun. This is the end.
Not yet. We have 45 minutes.
True, but
Yeah, let's go another 5 minutes. So the Creative Live audience is another person or entity that I would like to thank. This is not possible without not only the students here, but the people out in the world watching. You guys chatting in through the chat rooms and giving us feedback are what make this thing function. So I thank you all for your time and involvement. Lastly, the crew. The one and only Creative Live crew, I will say, from camera operators to the chat hosts, to the technical directors, my beloved audio folks, everyone out there has been fantastic. We definitely kind of put the pedal to the metal with this production being
You've been
on site.
fantastic, Aaron.
And thank you. I did a little bit on the side too. And then, last but not least, I would personally like to thank Roberto. You have been fantastic.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, you've been good to work with. You've been really fun to work with. I think the students are taking away a lot. I've just heard them at the studio, just their epiphanies that they've come up with, which is really, really cool. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for all Creative Live, really. Thank you to Craig for the invite. Thank you to George Berenakis. Thank you to Aaron for putting up with me. I know I'm not the easiest sometimes. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
So with that said, I'm going to turn it back over to Roberto, and we will finish out Roberto's workshop.
Actually, there's one more person that we need to thank.
Oh.
That is Aaron Anderson,
God
our
damn.
amazing producer.
Blast.
Give it up for Aaron! Woo!
Thank you.
I tell you, this guy's on fire, multitasking like crazy. Like he's like a DJ with his earphones and stuff. He's like, what's going on the left? What's going on the right? I just told him the first day, I'm like, it gives me just a headache just to see you for 5 minutes running around. But it's what makes the show work. So thank you. Aaron.
He really is. He is really an amazing producer, and he keeps getting stuck with these workshops that are a little bit crazy on location. All these things going on, and he just does an amazing job. So huge thank you to Aaron.
And what about
huge props.
Ken and Susan?
Oh, Ken and Susan.
What's up with that? My favorite. Look at you guys. Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause for all this they've done?
Thank you.
Because they have been like on fire, masters of their domain, and they have made everything so much fun. So
Good.
thank you,
very
Susan.
much.
Thank you, Kenna, very, very much.